come on early. Um, the reason I decided to come on early is because I know some of y'all following this case. Some of y'all may not be following this case, but I do want to replay some testimony before it come on at around 12:30. I thought it was gonna come on at 12, but it's looking like 12:30. It's when they gonna come on. Um, the little dirt stuff and the Mo 3 stuff is gonna be later. It's gonna be later on in the day. Uh, right now we're focused on the Tupac case, and the testimony we're about to hear is gonna be from Mike Dorsey. Shout out to AB to the Seventh Power for this. Let's get it. Oh man, damn that audio's enhanced. I had to turn my damn tablet down.
Please state your name and spell your first and last name. Sure, I'm Michael Dorsey. It is Michael Dorsey. Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready with your check, I may receive it. Mr. Dorsey, how would you describe your profession? I am a film producer and documentary. About 25 years. And do you focus on a particular type of documentary? My expertise is probably true crime more than anything else, but I've done all different subject matters. Something that drew your attention to sometime around 2011, do you decide to make a documentary about the Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls? It was late 2012. Greg Kading's murder rap book had been out for about a year, and at the time I would always have some passion documentary project going on the side, and I just finished the most recent one and I was looking for a new project, and I came across a couple of articles about Greg Kading's murder rap book, and they had some quotes from KPD's 2008 proffer in them, and it just sounded legit to me. I don't cater to conspiracy theories, but it sounded very well backed up and it sounded like the real deal, so I just reached out to Greg Kading and asked if he was interested in making a documentary, and he said yeah, and we went from there. So you reached out to Kading and asked him if he wanted to do the documentary. He said yes. Correct. Describe your process. Well, do you ever do research to do the documentary like this? Yes, it took me over 2 years to make the film, in large part because of all the extra research that I did. I needed to interview Greg Kading for it. He was kind of the main person walking us through the story. But I also wanted to make sure that what he was telling me was legitimate. And I also needed to make sure that I covered the whole story, so I understand it. It's not just him, deciding what we're going to cover. As part of that, he turned over to me digital copies of the entire LAPD case file for the Biggie Smalls and Tupac cases, and gave me unfettered access to those files so I could check, basically, on my own, what he was telling me. So I could check, basically, on my own, what he was telling me. You also, if you did you check into, Greg Kading was the first book ever written of this nature, is that correct? That's correct, yeah. I also read Kathy Scott's The Killing of Tupac Shakur, which was the first kind of definitive book on the murders, and then lots of articles on it, of course, because there's been tons of coverage for the years. And as you were researching all of this, this information, what is your ultimate goal in creating a documentary? Well, there's like the kind of philosophical aspect of it, which is my goal is to get at the truth. But also my goal is to tell the public a good story, something that I think is of the public interest that they should know. And in this case, it seems like they had solved this murder, and yet the world was carrying on like it was still unsolved, and like we still don't know what happened. And it was like, it sounds like we do know what happened. And so that was my goal, was to put that out there. concerns about accusing anybody of murder? Absolutely. I had concerns for my own safety, accusing a gang member from a violent street gang of committing murder, and then also just my own financial concerns, since Puffy was going to be implicated in it as well. Taking on someone who was at the time heading towards becoming a billionaire, and who at that time did not have the public backlash that he's faced the last few years. He still had a pretty good, clean image at the time, so I was concerned about both. And based upon that, will you eventually be a documentary? I do, yes. Does anybody sue you? I was not sued, no. I was threatened a couple of times. Who threatened you? Universal Music sent me a note because we used Tupac's Hit 'Em Up, his diss track against Biggie and Puffy in the film we did it using what's called fair use law, which means you don't have to pay for it because it's a documentary. It was just like a cursory check-in from a lawyer at Universal Music, making sure we had permission, and our law firm had cleared it for us, so that was no problem. And then supposedly Puffy's attorney, Weitzman, I can't remember his last name, but he was a high-powered A-list attorney. He sent a note to Apple TV over it because that was one of our distribution companies, and basically saying that the film was defamatory towards his client Puffy Combs, and that they had like 5 business days to pull it down. And
I told y'all. Oh, I'm so good. I'm so good. I knew it. I knew it. Ooh. Man, I'm so good.
Apple, they're indemnified, so they don't care. It's up to us. It's up to me as the producer if I want to pull it down or not, because I'm the one that's going to get sued, not them. And we said, no, we're leaving it up. And that was the last we ever heard of it. So you never wound up getting sued by Puffy? You were never sued by Puffy, no. Now I want to sort of fast forward past this, past 2012. Does there come a point in time when you see something that causes you to want to get involved with Mario Diaz? Yes, I can't remember the exact date, but it was probably early 2017 would be my guess. Earlier in 2017, I was actually in Tulsa, Oklahoma for a film screening of one of my films, and I was out at dinner, and I think someone sent me a link to this YouTube video, and it was Keefy D in a studio. It's a short video. It's just him saying he's going public. He wants the world to know he was there for Tupac's murder. He says he has cancer. He wants the truth to come out. And I couldn't believe it. I was at a restaurant. I went outside and started calling people. And I talked to, I think, Greg Kading and some others. And we thought, Keefe has to know he can't go public with this information because it can be used against him. But it sounded like he was going to go and talk, publicly about this murder and repeat possibly what he had said in his proffer in 2008. So we went from there, and then that's when I decided I wanted to get involved with it. And ultimately, are you retained as a subject matter expert for the production that's now known as Death Row Chronicles by E1 Educate? Yes, I was a consultant, technical consultant, and I was an on-camera expert as well. So there you go. I'm going to fast forward a little bit and come back to that. Subsequent to your involvement in Death Row Chronicles, have you continued to sort of follow these murders, investigations, the case, everything else? Absolutely. 2017, when he recorded the interview for Death Row Chronicles in July of 2017, we were actually in production on Unsolved at Universal, which was a scripted series based on the murder rap story. So that was happening concurrently, and then he kept going public. He kind of laid low, I think, for a year and a half or so, and then this book that he had talked about during his BET interview, all of a sudden he's promoting it and saying it's about to come out, and then we find out he's going on Vlad TV and doing another interview, so he just kept, from then on, for years then, he just kept doing more and more interviews. So I stayed engaged with it, and I also was conducting my own interviews, following up with new people. James McDonald, Mob James, who I believe testified, I conducted his first ever public interview back in 2017. We convinced him to go public and tell his story. Since then, I talked to multiple gang members, gang detectives, detectives from Compton, detectives out of the LAPD, anybody who might have information on either Biggie's case or Tupac's.
In particular, back in 2012, when you reviewed the information that was available, was there any information from Trayvon Lee or Roger Williams within kind of the case file as of statements that they made about what happened?
In the case files, there are statements from them. Not really, no, because Trayvon, they don't cooperate with the police. There was an FI card for Buntry, Alton McDonald, who's famous McDonald's brother, that they had talked to him at the scene and he refused to cooperate, but they noticed that there was a bullet hole in his car. And then subsequently, I interviewed Williams at Bone. I interviewed him a few months ago, and I've had private conversations with Trayvon Lee.
In particular, Buntry is deceased, or he was deceased before you became involved with party with any.
Correct. He was murdered like 20-some years ago.
Across North America, there are millions of abandoned oil and gas wells that are sitting untouched. Some of them, they release methane. That's an invisible gas that affects everything from public safety to climate to you. The question really is, if we know so many of these wells still exist, why are they still untouched?
This is just an old hole.
Everyone knows that you're supposed to clean up your mess when you're done.
Some of these wells are very hazardous, and we just didn't know that.
The scale of the problem is hard to wrap one's mind around.
Carbon dioxide is like high blood pressure. Methane or other super pollutants is like a heart attack.
Why? What's the solution? And who's taking responsibility?
There's a niche here that not a lot of other people have the ability to attack.
I'm Lindsay Melchick. Follow along as we sit with Zafiro, a company who has actually created a solution for this.
That's right here. Yeah. Our mantra has always been, we will find a way, we will figure it out.
As we speak with somebody who has been personally affected right here on his land.
There's nothing protecting the aquifer. Nothing. That's scary dangerous. Yes.
And we talk with researchers and specialists who actually can tell you about the effects of what's been left behind.
This is a life and death issue ultimately.
Let's go take a look. All over the United States, buried deep underground in forests, under farmlands, even in residential areas, there are hidden remains of a time when oil and gas extraction wasn't as regulated as it is today.
Of the 4 million wells that were drilled since the 1850s, around 1.5 million have been plugged. Maybe 800,000 to 1 million are currently active, and that leaves a pretty large gap of wells that are no longer productive but haven't been plugged. Some of those wells have a responsible party who could theoretically be required to plug the well, but a lot of them don't, and so that's where orphan wells come in.
Adam Peltz is the director and senior attorney of the Environmental Defense Fund, a global nonprofit. They work to solve critical environmental problems like climate change and pollution. Depending on how states define orphaned, the number of documented orphan wells in the U.S. ranges from 120,000 to 800,000. Reports from the Environmental Defense Fund and United States Geological Survey indicate that they are just a subset of an estimated 2 to 4 million total inactive, unplugged or undocumented wells across the country. And many of these wells weren't properly sealed. However, there is a company that wants to address this exact problem. Luke, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lindsay.
Nice to meet you as well. Welcome to Bradford, Pennsylvania.
Welcome to Zafiro.
Welcome to Zafiro.
You see, every company has an origin story. This one began in 1970 when the founder Paul Pletz and his partner George Goodwin spent spent their mornings working on aging oil and gas wells, before even clocking in for a second shift at factories. In the early 1980s, Luke's dad recognized the opportunity to transform that side job into a dedicated service company built to serve the region. Today, Luke Plants is the CEO of Plants and Goodwin, a Zafiro company.
So as things evolved over time, we really began being engaged in the plugging of old legacy wells just because we have generations of experience working on these sorts of old wells. And that's where the light bulb really went off in my head, that there's a niche here that not a lot of other people have the ability to attack. And that's when we really began to focus in on being this modular, turnkey, horizontally integrated plugging company that can service everything from wells that were drilled in the 1800s all the way up to a well that was just drilled yesterday but now no longer has economic value, but maybe...
I think correct. He was murdered like 20 some years ago.
During the course of the interview with Mr. Roger Williams, aka Echo, if you provide some video that was taken of Mr. Shakur and Shug as they're leaving the Tyson.
Yes, I showed him the MGM video of Orlando Anderson getting beat down. Neckbone was one of the men who participated in that beating. And then I showed them the footage of them then fleeing the casino with Tupac in the lead with his bodyguard Frank Alexander and Shug. And there's a moment where Neckbone kind of reaches out and kind of punches Trayvon, kind of like Ghana kind of thing. And he confirmed for me in my interview that that's what it was. That's what he was doing. And he also told Trayvon.
It is world loss of fame and phrase.
As you see both Neckbone and Trayvon Lane running through on the video, you can see Neckbone kind of either dab or punch Trayvon.
Exactly.
And at that point, Trayvon Lane removes the black hat he's wearing.
Yes.
I was actually talking about somebody else's video. Was there some high quality video like Tupac and Shug?
Yes, when they first leave the arena, there's some footage. I think it was actually shot by BET. A BET photographer was there and shot, and it's footage of them coming out of the arena, and Tupac is in his gold shirt, and he's all hyped up because he just watched his friend Mike Tyson knock somebody out, and he's playing to the camera, and he says something about, if you go to jail, you come out and you win, or something like that, because Tyson had also gone to prison, and Tupac had as well, so you could tell he was just super amped up.
And then last night we watched that portion of that video out of your Neckbone interview.
Right.
And that one, Neckbone is the person seeing all that video.
Yes.
Judge, I have marked my hand the clip of just the Tupac and Shug at the MGM coming out of the lake. It has the audio removed. It's just the video portion of that I offered.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, you may play it. Or, sorry, it's admitted, you may publish.
Thank you.
Did you give her
154.
155?
All right, is this Neckbone?
My exhibits disappeared.
How much time do we software engineers have?
It's a better coder than most engineers I know. It does make some mistakes here and there. It's not perfect at everything, but it
Both Shug and Shakur are both readily identifiable in this video, correct?
Right, yes.
And this is the shirt that, or the clothing that both of them are wearing as they come out of the arena.
Yes, and there's photos of them beforehand in the casino in the same outfits.
May I approach, Judge?
outfit that he was wearing that night.
Okay.
Can you take down the listing of what's on
Oh, sorry.
See, the prosecutor did it again.
So that's Trayvon Lane. We previously heard testify that TD meeting at Leonard Jefferson.
Correct.
Have you ever spoke to Kevin Woods?
I've never talked to Kevin Woods.
And do you even know who Castro is?
Yes, another member of the Outlaws. Yes.
Were Kevin Woods, Castro, and Idi Amin all members of the Outlaws?
No, Kevin Woods, I believe, was one of the pirates, also known as KW.
So just Castro and Idi Amin are.
As far as yes.
Okay. You got a little bit ahead of me, but during your research into this case, you had access to Big Small's file. Alton McDonald is actually known as Buntree, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned this. There was a record of the fact that he was field interviewed by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in the night of the homicide on Flamingo.
Yes.
At that time, he was driving a black 96 Toyota Supra.
Yes.
And it had a bullet hole. Did it say where the bullet hole was?
No, it just said vehicle took bullet impact.
And then he was uncooperative.
And they didn't want to cooperate, of course, yes.
Now, you've also interviewed Reggie Williams, is that correct? Or Reggie Jr.
Reggie Red Jr., yes. I interviewed him for a murder rap, over a decade ago. We were making that movie.
I'll leave that alone. I just want to get a few other pictures into evidence with you. So, during the course of the 2008 proffer, there's a mention of green blacks.
Yes.
And sometimes it sounds like greenbacks.
Yes.
Were you able to eventually identify that location?
Yes, it's very obvious. It's a New York deli. It's been there since the 20s. It's very famous. It's on Sunset. It matched the description. And also the way he described it upstairs and downstairs and where the liquor area was, it was clear that he was talking about green lights.
Showing you the Department of State book. It's in number 152. You recognize that?
Yes, this is the front of Greenblatt's on Sunset Boulevard.
There's some blue writing on there. You recognize that as well?
Yes, those are subtitles that I added.
It was a screenshot off of your interview,
Yes.
Were you aware of a person by the name of Harrison Martin, also known as Equan Williams, and Eric Boston Martin, went by a bunch of names?
Yes.
Who was he?
Sid has a long story. He's kind of a Harlem legend, a hustler from Harlem. He was a drug dealer, trafficker. He, I believe, also was a trafficking women. He was a pimp. He was an older generation, or kind of in between Puffy's generation and Puffy's father. Puffy's father was also involved in the street business there in New York and was murdered when Puffy was very young. And Tim Martin was kind of like he was a mentor to Puffy when it came to like the street life and wanting to kind of have that gangster persona. And supposedly he may have also been dating Puffy's mother at some point.
Was he the godfather to anybody associated with this particular case?
He was supposedly godfather to Biggie's son, Chris CJ.
And is that the son with Big Evans?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
When Biggie died, was there a memorial that gave certain credit to Zip?
Yes, actually on his second album that came out a few weeks after he died, Life After Death, in the back, there's, a thank you, a list of all the people to thank, and there's Uncle Zip, and then in parentheses it says the spiritual advisor.
You also put this in 151, showing you as a part of the station posted at number 151. You recognize that?
Yes.
And who are those two individuals?
That is Sean Puffy Combs on the left and Zip Martin on the right, and this was supposedly at a New Year's Eve party in 94 or 95.
It's 151.
any objection?
So you're learning some interesting information about Puffy here. This documentarian is spilling all the beans, okay? You can tell he's done intricate research on this. And this is what I mean. I told you guys I got approached for a documentary, and like the director or the owner of the company knew the case cold. And he was almost trying to test me to see what legal knowledge I had about it. But, you know, they have their vision, they know what they're doing, and then they have a producer or somebody else that deals with all the interviews.
Pursuant to the conversation at the bench, no objection, it'll be read. You may publish if you want, whatever you want to do with it.
I think we gotta do both. I'm not sure I did 152 yet, so. 52. That's one of the shots that you had of Green Blast.
Yes.
And then 151. That's,
There it is. It's the D, the I, the D, the G, the Y, the D, the I, the D. It's Diddy. However it goes. As Diddy and Zip. And apparently Zip was dating, or at one point dating, Puffy's moms. And now we learn that Zip is also the godfather of Biggie's son, CJ. So it's crazy because they're starting to really pull Diddy into this. This is why legal analysts in the last 48 hours have been looking at it. This is likely why Diddy released a statement this morning. But Diddy is now officially bought into this. I don't know in what capacity, but this information is starting to come out more and more. We'll see how they piece it all together. But the gentleman Zip was deeply tied into the Harlem streets, okay? You know, around the time that Diddy's dad was alive, right? And that's the other thing. If he was cool with Diddy's dad, you know, your dad passed and he went Diddy's moms. This is getting so crazy, chat. But Zip was apparently the one that received the money from Diddy, and the money was supposed to come from Zip and go to Keefy D. Let's see how they bring the story together.
Yes, on the right.
and who's the guy on the left?
Left is Sean Puffy Combs.
Yes,
No.
Zip has passed. He is no longer living.
He is testified about sort of the production of Death Row Chronicles. And initially, were you contacted by Cliff Long as well?
I reached out first to Las Vegas Homicide, and then Cliff Long reached out to me after that.
He had contact with you, just so since this is one we put up in our opening, showing your safety posts in the number 61, you recognize that guy?
That is it, Mark.
Go to the 60. No judgment. And do you essentially conduct an interview with Detective Long?
Yes, he came out to Los Angeles and he interviewed me in my home with his sergeant.
Was there a request for all of the underlying supporting raw data / footage associated with the two interviews you were involved in 2010?
For Denver Chronicles? Yes. It wasn't so much a request, but I told him, so I figured he could just subpoena the raw footage and get it. I didn't know yet that, you know, there's laws and that it's kind of up to the entertainment companies if they want to turn over footage or not. They can't be compelled to. That's what I thought would happen. I thought I'll let him know about this, and then it's his to do with what he wants.
Sometime after the indictment of this case, did you learn that we were unable to acquire the raw footage of that?
Yes, and I was even included on some of the email threads at my request because I was also reaching out to Paramount. Paramount Pictures attorney got involved. Paramount owns BET. And I think someone at E1 got involved, and they were initially saying no. And since I work in the business, I was trying to work it out with them how they could get that footage over. And then ultimately they did give permission for it to be shared. Mario Diaz write the questions, and then on both days of the interviews, they had me in an office there at E1's studios, or their office building, down the hall from where the production studio was, where Keith was being interviewed. And they gave me a headset so I could listen live to the interview as Mario was conducting it. And then I was texting follow-up questions to Mario while he was in the studio as things came up.
You're recording your audio.
Yes, I took the headphones off and I made my own recording with my phone.
At some point, do you learn that the only thing that's required from E1 Educated was the actual transcript of the tapes themselves, but not the tapes?
Correct. Yes.
And then, did you provide us the audio that you had done during these interviews?
Yes, once you subpoenaed me, I sent over my audio.
Was there, and are you aware of either gaps in your audio or additional audio that was presented in transcripts?
Yes, there's sections where I was rolling, and I'm sure they were rolling also, but they're only going to transcribe. The reason making a transcript for a production is the pertinent parts of the interview that they're actually going to edit into the show. So it's so that when the producers go to figure out how they're going to edit the show together, they have a transcript and they can tell the editors use this segment here, use this segment here, use this part. There's a lot of chit-chat stuff that I had that they might have also had and it was not transcribed because it was just chatter. It's never going to be used in the show. There are also some sections where I probably was rolling when they might have already cut. And lastly, there's a few moments where in the first interview, one of my audio recordings, the file was corrupted, so I lost about the last 4 minutes of it. And then during some of the interviews, I didn't always know when they would be done with a break, when they had come back and were already rolling again. So there's a few times when I missed maybe the first few minutes of a new segment.
Let's start with the transcripts. 6 proposed exhibits number 113 and 114. First of all, you recognize the front page as being original transcripts that were generated off the tapes.
Yes.
And then, did you become aware that we took your audio, transcribed the additional audio, and then anything that was not on your audio, we highlighted in yellow to identify you didn't have it, but it shows in the track?
Correct, yes.
And so, these should be as complete a record as we have between your audio and those videotapes for the 2 interviews that you did in July of 2017.
Yes, correct.
Judge, I move that 113.
Thank y'all for being here. Please like, share, subscribe, please.
Okay, I might have a bit of take of time. So now we're getting into some transcripts, some information. We have about less than an hour of court time left. Keepy D's giving him a stare. The Keepy D death stare. Look at as we zoom in. He does not blink. Keepy D's just like, you sending me to prison? You really gonna send me to prison? I probably should have ratted so much. Probably shouldn't have done that. Probably shouldn't have, but let me skip ahead. Pretty long sidebar.
Pursuant to our discussion at the bench, the transcripts will be admitted over objection. And that will be as 114 and 15. 114 and 115.
113 and 114.
Thank you.
Mr. Dorsey, I want to give an example to the jury about what we're talking about here. Glasses on. You're in 113. So if you go to 113. Yeah. same for both of these.
Yes.
In addition, I've had marked both the July 17th, 2017 is 121, and the July 18th of 2017 is 122. I offer those.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
And only got about 40 minutes there, so I would start 121.
Okay.
Probably a really good break.
Where are we at time-wise? Just put that on our eye.
35 minutes, 17.7 seconds.
So just to settle down the jury, we're going to recess for the day. We're going to have you guys back at 9:30 a.m. on Monday. During this recess, you are admonished to talk or converse amongst yourselves with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or rewatch or listen to your recorded or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any media with information, including without communication, newspaper, television, internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected to the trial until the case is submitted to you. Please rise for the jury.
So the question becomes, was that hot mic the prosecutors? Was that hot mic? I thought it was the producers. Because he's like, oh, that's perfect. He's repeating the same shit from 30 years ago. I think Keefy D heard that.
For the record, the jury is exiting shortly and coming back at 9:30 on Monday. Over the weekend, do not talk to anybody about the case. Do not discuss your testimony to anyone.
Correct. So, myself and Mr. Walsh, I talked to James about the Tom Cross. So I can probably still talking. But that's standard usually during the cross. The witnesses not allowed before after the cross is started.
You don't talk to him about schedule.
Okay, we got a little bit of a squabble between the judge and the prosecutor.
It's 149 and 152 at this.
Right.
149 was not in. 152 is.
That was rude.
Yes, excuse me.
Okay, so right before the witness, so the jury has just been excused, and then the next thing the judge has to do is excuse the witness. Because we're doing this over a weekend, because he's not
Right.
done, he's still on the stand. Even though we're listening to the recordings, we still need to listen to the recordings with him on the stand. So the judge just gave him the same instruction she gives everybody. If you're in the middle of your testimony before a day ends, she does have to let you know, like, hey, she gives the same instruction that she gives to the jury. Can't talk to anybody about the case. Please don't do any media appearances, anything like that. You're still under oath right now, and you're going to resume on Monday. That's all she said. The prosecutor tried to correct the judge, and he goes, well, Judge, that's not necessarily true. We should still be able to talk to him as prosecution team. And she said politely, I disagree. So they're still not going to be able to talk to him over the weekend. And I wonder if she's about to say something after the witness leaves about that fucking hot mic. So I want to know if it's... I thought it was from the recording. So I don't know what's going on, but let's see if there's anything else we can get. Well, she leaving. She like, it's Friday. Goodbye. Okay, I disagree. That's it. You can't talk to a witness. It's your witness, but I disagree.
And now to day 6 of the Tupac case. Let's get it.
She has a sensitive stomach, and we usually avoid chicken. Ricky, it's your lucky day. This is the Blue Buffalo.
Okay. They looks like they haven't started yet. Um, Let me see who else is on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. AV's not on yet. Okay. Let me see who else is on. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Trying to see something. Let me go. Let me go to another clip since they're not on yet. Yeah, I know there's another clip in here, y'all. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. Um, Little 11-minute clip. Let's get it.
Hey, please don't use state and explain it for some accent. He's standing when he does that part, sorry.
Mario Diaz.
And may I have you spell it?
Oh, Mario. D-I-A-Z. D as in David, I-A-Z.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Now your turn.
Mr. Diaz, what do you do for a living? I'm a filmmaker. I direct documentaries, and I'm also a showrunner for documentaries and documentary series. What does a showrunner mean? I'm basically the person in charge of all of the creative. I put together essentially the series from a creative standpoint, and I also, make sure that all of the logistics of filming, editing, piece, just everything runs by me. At some point, are you contacted by a company to create a documentary related to Gun Row Records and the story of its rise and its fall? Yes. As I remember, my agent at the time called me and told me that there was an opening for a job directing a 6-part series about Death Row Records for a company called One. Actually, technically, it was for Creature Films, which is a subsidiary of. And so I went and interviewed for it, I think a couple of times, and I got it.
We are so excited because we got our cord blood banking package.
Come on.
I think a couple of times, and I got it. Prior to you becoming involved in, you got the job. So prior to you getting the job, had E1 contracted anyone to assist in that documentary? Yes. There were 2 consultants that were hired. Greg King, who's a former LAPD detective, and Mike Dorsey, who's also a documentarian, who has been following this case for a while. The defendant was also on board, I was told, and so she
know that I, at one point, actually handed it to you. Yes, you're the one. Somebody gave it to me, and I made that.
I know it's been some years now. Given some approximate amount of money Mr. Davis was compensated for his participation.
I don't remember the exact amount at all. But anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000, I would imagine.
And for that compensation, did you conduct interviews on camera with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And how many formal interviews did you conduct with Mr. Davis?
We did 2 interviews in the summer of 2017. I believe that they were maybe weeks apart from each other, and they were probably around 2 hours and change each.
And there was a camera rolling for the interview. Well, let's talk about the setup. Describe for me how you had this set up for the interviews.
We conducted maybe, I don't know, 30, 35 interviews for the entire series. We're filling up 6 hours of material for broadcast. So we did upwards of 30 interviews, and we mostly did them in a studio that the production company E1 had in the building. And we asked Mr. Davis to come and to our building. We had set up 2 cameras, and he basically sat across from me, and I asked questions.
Did you have anybody to, did you have a subject matter expert as well that you were able to communicate with during the interview?
So yes, the aforementioned Mike Dorsey was there during the interview. He wasn't in the room; it was a separate room, and I had it in my ear. So he would sometimes, we would communicate. I would sometimes text while the interview was happening just to corroborate certain things that Mr. Davis was saying.
And Mr. Dorsey, did he have the ability to hear what was going on inside?
Yes, he had his own speaker setup.
Did you subsequently learn that he had recordings of his own recordings?
Yes.
At some point, you wind up making this documentary. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Now, this documentary, let me ask you this. You know what a sizzle reel is?
Yes.
What is a sizzle reel?
Well, sizzle reel is officially used to put together like a little trailer of sorts with existing materials about whatever the subject matter is. And that sizzle reel is used to entice buyers to essentially pay for the production of the series or whatever it may be, documentary, whatever. So in this case, there was a sizzle reel made.
And that sizzle reel, did that sizzle reel get made prior to your involvement?
I believe so, yes.
And you, obviously, once you became involved,
No,
did you wind up using some of that sizzle reel to kind of promote each episode of the General Register?
I don't remember that we did that. It was only used for it was used by the producers to drum up interest in the series.
Last night, did you meet with me?
I did.
And did you watch the sizzle reel?
Yes.
Just have the sizzle reel marked as a proposed exhibit 120. I would offer it this morning.
Any objection, Mr. Sampson?
No.
It'll be admitted.
You can switch it on to me.
Coming out now, I got stories because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I care about now
Vegas that weekend, so I can curse. Everybody's dead. Or not life in prison. It was a crazy night, and I was a witness to everything that happened. And it will surprise you, the truth about it. So,
Everyone's life runs in straight lines. And Sophia, we get that. Our flexible, affordable, self-paced college level.
so it's Death Row Chronicles. Did you, well, I guess, who named it Death Row Chronicles? Yeah, I did. Okay. So the documentary you wound up creating was Death Row Chronicles. Yes. And did it air on a station? Yeah, it's on BET. And BET was, is it a network? Yes. Black Entertainment. And then how many episodes ran? We did 6 episodes, roughly an hour each. And prior to episode 5, is there any audio or video that was produced or shown to the public of Mr. Davis? I think he's in it very briefly in a little promo that we showed at the very beginning of the series, perhaps. I don't remember exactly. And he was also there to talk a little bit about Shook. They grew up together. Do you, when we get into episode 5, is that the point where you're about to tell, I guess episode 6, is that when you tell the story of... Right, so the series really took us at the entirety of the Death Row Records history. You know, from the very beginning, which was night, we introduced different characters, Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, etc. And then when we get to episode 5, we really delve into, well, a little bit in episode 5, but mostly in episode 6, we really delve into the investigation. We wanted to update the public as to where the investigation, had been up to that point. And within those episode 5 and episode 6, is Mr. Davis seen, or some of his interviews with you released to the public? Yes. In addition to the fact that Mr. Davis is on there, did you have access to the 2008 profit recording? I did. And so when you produced episode particular 6, are there times when Mr. Davis is on the screen and at other times? Yes, yeah, we alternated between the interview that I conducted with him and the audio from the proffer that he did in 2008.
Okay. See if there's anything on yet.
Chicken finger is cooked to order to perfection. Hanes chicken fingers, one love. So my friends have all switched to Pure Tone because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network.
Okay, they haven't. They haven't said. Okay, they're not in court yet. Let's go to AB to the seventh power.
Type of style thing. Let me pause it. Okay. It's called No Diddy Barbecue. I don't know if y'all seen this, but it had me crying, laughing. I
Wait a
laughed out
minute.
of my bed.
No
yesterday
Diddy
morning when I saw
barbecue.
this, okay? Let's learn about the No Diddy Barbecue.
Oh
Diddy
Lord.
barbecue. We got the meats, paws. You get all the long, juicy meats you want over here. Just make sure you put the paw sauce on it. No freaky.
Man, how you get the name No Diddy, man?
Well, I've been doing soul food out here for about 6-7 years, and people keep asking me for glizzy, sausages, stupid stuff like that. So I decided to bring some civilization to the situation, and that's how I came up with the paw sauce.
Paw sauce.
Chicken, bacon, rice, mac and cheese, Nobody, please don't come asking me for
It's
certificates. Act like I don't hear you. Please don't come over there acting like a fed. You know what this is. Oh shit, this is the best deal in Atlanta. See, at least as far as long as I've been here, you know, this I call it my Batiman special. Buy two plates for both of them.
No
Batimon.
Diddy barbecue.
Damn.
We gotta watch it again for the cheap seats in the back. Oh my god, I looked at this yesterday and laughed out of my bed.
Damn.
All right, they're coming in the courtroom. We're gonna watch it one more time and then we're gonna head over to the courtroom.
What's the name of this fire, buddy? Welcome to No Diddy Barbecue. We got the meats, paws. You get all the long, juicy meats you want over here. Just make sure you put the paw sauce on it. No freaky free. Man, how you get the name No Diddy, man? Well, I've been doing soul food out here for about 6-7 years, and people keep asking me for glizzy, sausages, stupid stuff like that. So I decided to bring some civilization to the situation, and that's how I do it.
You can't make this up. You cannot make this up.
Nobody, please don't come asking me for certificates. Act like I don't hear you. Please don't come over there acting like a fed. You know what this is. Oh shit, this is the best deal in Atlanta. See, at least as far as long as I've been here, you know, this I call it my Batiman special. Buy two plates, pay for both of them.
Oh, I can't. I had meat yesterday. He said the Fati Man special in New York, or sorry, in Atlanta is crazy. Yeah, that is insane. You really can't make this up. Anywho,
You can't.
DVD looking like the Grim Reaper in all black today.
We're on record and speaking.
Damn. Black on black is crazy.
Welcome back, everybody. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Yeah, right. I have some concern with regards to the state's very position of evidence in this case. There was some discussion that we talked about.
Dang, KVD looking casket ready.
I did not think it was that. I'm trying to figure out whether some motion practice prior to
And specifically what that act is that.
Is that
He has a problem, so we're starting with the problem. I'm going to put the audio booster on, so for those that are noticing a change in volume, he's not using a microphone, but he is saying that something happened with the state's presentation of the case. Something came in that shouldn't have come in, so it looks like they are starting on Monday. Is he going to motion for mistrial? Is he going to have the judge admonish them? Let's see. KPD has not been happy with this state. Y'all saw him wild out on Friday. So let's see what happens here.
And I don't know where it's at there. I think I'll try to
So in my motion regarding the bad acts, regarding essentially all of the evidence that was going to be admitted in this case, there was a caveat that there would be certain things that would be excluded that could
we don't have most of that. There is no reduction whatsoever. There was basic reduction. Our motion specifically addressed that his first criminal conviction was a misdemeanor for shooting the auto twice from the state.
finish with Mr. Sanford real quick, and then I'll turn to Mr. Zappa. Mr. Sanford, you may finish.
I just mean, you see that the bigger issue is that, we have to point out, I mean, obviously, if there's something there that is actually going to be a problem, it would be a mistake. It's not have to reach out and say, hey, here are the things that we think that still falls under the purview of what it was in this case. Maybe there's some things that they want to discuss. I would think that would have been a discussion prior to the publication. I just presume that what we were hearing up on the once again, it goes back to the fact that the resolution that is not decided anymore. And the other part of the problem is that, we had reference to the small story. Stating in their own motion that was they weren't going to. And the biggest small story had nothing to do with this situation. And to me,
I think Mr. Dwayne Davis had no involvement in the Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
We admonished the jury that there is no indication that he has anything to do with that at this point. But ultimately, the nexus of this investigation was such that they were investigating together.
Right. I mean, we can sit here and talk work all day, after the outside of what we're proposing for this meeting, correct? This is kind of, sometimes limiting instruction to the jury, it indicates that we may be hearing other things that are, not the, focus of this particular investigation. Something along these lines, just like,
Sure. Mr. Ducko, do you have an objection to the limiting instruction?
No, I actually think we're with this people just read that tomorrow's instructions.
So just to remedy what we're talking about now, I'll have Mr. Sam propose a limiting instruction, and then I'll, from here on out, given the party's dual request, I'll read the tomorrow's instruction, unless it's a witness that has nothing to do with, the person, for example, the gentleman who'd taken the photo. He wouldn't have anything to do with that accident. I wouldn't have to read it. If it were anybody else, anybody from law enforcement at this point, I can read it.
Yes, and that's just so that there's complete candor to the court. We did a motion on this prior shooting. It sounds like to me it's not real clear. We didn't do a motion on this 2015 conviction. I didn't realize until only the appearance actually being spoken that he does reference some police contact in 2015. And I didn't realize it was that I didn't know or recognize that was in there. If the court wants to, since we're past that portion where he talks about it, he can have somebody redact the audio so that it goes back to the jury. It does remove the reference to the 2015 conviction. Because he talks about the last time I was in feds, or the last time I was in prison, and then he mentions 2015. And that has to do with an event that's completely unrelated to our investigation. I just didn't realize. I didn't tie those two together until I heard the audio being played in the transcript.
So we'll have that when it does go back, and he's going to spend more time with it. Mr. Sam, what is the proposed instruction like at this time for you to reach the jury when they walk in?
you're asking me for words again.
Yeah. That's your job. That's what you're good at.
It is my job. You're like,
Okay.
Dude, really?
Make a proposal.
Really, dude?
I'm going to let him propose it.
yeah. Then we can have some discussions about what it actually is.
Okay, let him propose it, and then you can object, but I think it's cleaner for the record if you
I don't know if it matters for the purposes. I don't think it matters for the purposes of tomorrow's though.
This isn't a Tavares instruction. The Tavares instructions are already been determined because this isn't something that's being let in for the purposes that I let in that act. This is something that they're asking.
Does his defense lawyer know what the fuck he doing?
That's only the 2015.
Yeah.
The shooting should still come in.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were talking about.
So what is it? This should
Not even 10 minutes into day 6, and they're bullshitting all damn ready.
thing is there for credibility of the statements of defendant, motive, and identity.
Yes, it's both. He starts off with my first criminal conviction is shooting into an occupied house, and he strikes me. Then that comes in. What shouldn't come in, and if he wants a limiting instruction on, is the 2015. I don't know if they would want a limiting instruction since we're going to redact the audio before the jury gets it. We'll also redact the transcript before the jury gets it. So I don't know if he wants to draw attention because
I'm going to let him talk, and then I'll let you guys weigh in.
I want to have a further matter.
Okay.
The other issue is this: in regards to Mr. Dorsey's testimony, you have a record from Detective Long who interviews Mr. Dorsey regarding his testimony. His testimony, though, on the stand, really how his relation is with this case.
I'll tell you guys
That's
one
what happens
second.
is that the team.
I'll tell you guys what's happening. The jury is not in the room. This is Monday, so they're talking about different matters that are important before the jury comes in. It looks like there are two of them. The first one was a jury limiting instruction. So look at how he's looking at the prosecutor. He do not like that prosecutor. Basically, there's information about KPD's prior bad acts, basically other crimes that he's committed in, or investigations that he was involved in that has nothing to do with this case. So they asked the judge to explain that to the jury as a jury instruction. So, for example, he had nothing to do with Biggie's murder, even though he was questioned on it. So the embarrassing part, though, is the judge was just like, all right, well, what is the jury instruction? Usually this happens in many courtrooms. The judge will work with them on the spot to see what that sentence looks like. What does it say, right? And I think that KPD's attorney came in excited because she's a limiting instruction. She's going to grant it. But then she goes, what's your proposal? What should it say? He goes, oh, I have to write it? Yes.
Yes.
The other thing I noticed is she is not, I think it was because of Friday, the little attitude towards the end from the prosecution team towards the judge Friday afternoon. I can see that she is not, she's not fond of the prosecution this morning so far. So let's keep going. Let's see what the second matter is. I'm wondering if it has to do with the addresses and the privacy stuff.
Is asked like this attorney's office to documents. Maybe it was maybe on this one. But in either event, the key said, look, here's our records. We introduced the actual things you brought as they're trying to know what to use it. They almost they don't do it. And they basically said that's all we've done. I think Mr. Lee has also whoever he was part of this had said something like this lines of things. This is not probably what we do now is Mr. Dorsey is a clear business. He says, my job, what I understand was to listen to the agreement that's being conducted between this and or that person. And he's supposed to be there to really sort of make sure that Mr. Davis is not lying or saying something that's off from what he understands to be the proper position. Here's the problem. At the end of what he does, and what he's proposed now, basically, is surreptitious recordings in between the official reports and recordings. What does that mean? That means that Bob should make a specific fact. He said that to be interviewed. And at some point, he's going to be asking the time to talk to supporters, which we understand to be the opinions of the person. Those conversations are not hotline conversations. They are conversations between attorney and client. And there is a reasonable expectation of privacy because of the fact that it's on camera, because it's not recorded. And on top of two, that as that's happening, they're talking in a tone. They're not yelling, screaming it out loud, but they're talking in a tone, saying, hey, look, whatever the issue is. I think those parts of this recording that Mr. Dorsey had done had not done. I think those parts need to be put up to the jury's understanding, because here's the thing. I understand he's not a state actor. I understand that it doesn't fall under this idea of, hey, well, he wasn't ordered by a detective. That it's definitely not a detective. However, it is still a crime in California to report these conversations that they believe is private. Regardless of if we were in a room and having a conversation, if I'm having a conversation with this individual sitting right next to me, I believe that is private under California law. That's still illegally obtained material.
But ultimately, the remedy for a private actor acting in a nefarious, illegal, whatever you want to call it, way is not exclusion against the state, because the state's not the actor doing that. So that was sort of my comment when it was brought up that way. I think the attorney-client privilege argument is definitely more interesting and is new work. Any final word on that before I turn to Mr. DeGiacomo?
Well, I mean, because here's the issue we have right now. What we have is an individual who basically takes his iPhone out, plugs it down on a speaker next to where he's at. He's hiding in a room to avoid detection by this tool. things, and these recording meetings sometimes you hear other people indicating or having some type of discussion on top of this recording, which means that it's done on he doesn't see necessarily a lot of it. He doesn't know what he's recording on. He just records. The concern that I have is right now, as we're watching and listening to a few of the state, we don't see where exactly it is that we're going to bring in the parts that are not in the transcripts that we have of the recording that's the official BET operating versus the stuff that they have that would have additional thing on top of it, the surreptitious recording by themselves.
Okay. Steve,
Two things.
here's a rebuttal.
Mr. Dorsey had a transcript of his recording that has been provided to the defense, and there's a transcript of the official BET recordings, which, if you notice while listening to it, even the BET transcripts does not pick up background conversations or transcribe background conversations between other people when Mr. Diaz is asking questions. Mr. Dorsey will testify, okay? Specifically, it asked him about the attorney-client, that he will testify at no point in time. Mr. Davis is talking to Mr. Higgins. Is there not a third party present for E1 Entertainment? So there is no privileged communication that occurs between Mr. Davis and his attorney. Even at one point, you're going to hear Mr. Davis say, "Hey, hold on, this is a hot button."
Let's bring him in and do a short evidentiary hearing then on that issue of attorney-client privilege.
Sure.
Okay.
I should-
We'll have Mr. Dorsey come in real quick. We'll have him re-sworn, and then we'll just proceed on this limited issue outside the presence, and then ultimately on the interpretation.
Wait a minute, attorney-client privilege was
Okay,
broken?
so we have not started court just yet. For those that are coming in, we are dealing, this is Monday, we're dealing with two items. First was the jury limiting instruction about KPD's prior bad acts or being questioned on the Biggie murder. It looks like they are going to give the jury a limiting instruction, basically saying, hey, as you are considering the case, KPD had nothing to do with the Biggie murder, things of the like. Now, the second issue is where we left off on Friday. We're going to continue with witness 18, Mr. Dorsey. Y'all remember that crazy reporting that we listened to on Friday where there was like a hot mic situation. They were listening to the recording. It looks like we do have some confirmation that that was not the prosecutors. It was Mike Dorsey. She needs to rule on it. I'm not going to go too big into the lesson, but you guys have heard of attorney-client privilege, right? What that means is if you're with your lawyer and your lawyer tells you something, or if y'all have a conversation, that information is privileged, okay? So what that means is if you tell me, for the purposes of your defense, hey, AV, I went down the street and I got into a fight and I hit somebody over the head with a pool, I was at a pool bar and I hit somebody over the head with a glass or whatever the case may be. All right, if you tell me that for the purposes of defending you, I need to know about that, but that information is confidential, it's privileged, okay? Now, what's happening here is there was some information between Keefe D and his attorney that was privileged. I think I talked to y'all about this on Friday. So I was like, isn't that privileged information? I mean, like, you can tell your lawyer that you committed the most heinous crimes, and I have to promise to never tell anybody. Like, I have to take it to the grave. And that's how sacred attorney-client privilege is, right? And everybody has to respect it. Law enforcement, courts, they understand the importance of attorney-client privilege. So it looks like they are now going to bring Dorsey in, and we're going to talk about these recordings to see if ultimately they're either going to be redacted, there's going to be a transcript, whatever the case may be, but all this is happening outside of the presence of the jury. So the jury's probably sitting there, they're at the courthouse, and they've been there for an hour now, and they're not privy to what's happening in the case because of small stuff like this. So that is a disclaimer on what is happening right now. We are not that far behind of the live feed, but let's bring in Mr. Dorsey and see what he has to say.
I understand it's your proffer, but that's what he's going to say. I'd rather have it flushed out. Bring in Mr. Dorsey. Just Mr. Dorsey. No jurors. No jurors yet.
Wait a minute, no
Y'all hit
jurors.
the like button. Remind you to hit the like button on your way in.
Okay.
More real quick.
Your son is for the testimony about
about the human decided to show me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. You see it?
Great point, Lacey.
And
Thank
have
you.
you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, it's Michael Dorsey, Michaeldorsey.
All right, thanks for coming back, Mr. Dorsey. Hope you had a good weekend. We just needed to do a quick outside presence sort of hearing so I can determine the legality of something's or not potentially not. So I'll let Mr. Dudarno ask you some questions about the issue brought up.
Mr. Dorsey, I know there's times on this recording where you capture conversations that involve the defendant.
Yes.
During those conversations, were they ever alone in a room having a conversation? Was there always a third party present?
I believe they were always in the studio, and there are, I think most of the time you actually hear Mario talking with them. It's like a three-way conversation. So I understand like how privilege works to some extent, and it sounded to me like always he was still in the studio, didn't go outside into a hallway, and again you can hear Wayne Higgins talking.
And not just Mario Diaz. Isn't there a number of people to do this production that have to be in that room?
Correct. There could have been another producer, there's the sound recordist, there's at least one videographer, there's probably at least a lighting person in there. There's at least a good half dozen people in that room.
And at one point, does Mr. Davis make some comment about, hey, careful, this is a hot mic?
He does, yes. He's kind of, this is a hot mic.
So at no point, you're capturing or recording there's not other people within it. Describe the size of this.
Sure, it's a very small studio. It's probably a quarter the size of this one.
So it's a very small room with 4 or 5 people in it.
Are you here to make sandwiches?
Oh, yeah, she's giving me a...
Come on.
When these conversations are taking place.
I was in an office down the hall.
Okay, and so you had eyes on the studio the entire
I did
time.
not have eyes on this.
Okay. Could you hear people speaking as to everything that was being said in there?
Yes.
How many recording did you have?
I had a pair of headphones, and I had my phone, and I just recorded.
Okay, and so it's essentially the studio audio that you're using.
Exactly. The live audio goes right through the studio.
So it's a room. Do you know if the studio has signs that they're recording at all times? Like signage that says something like, this is a recording studio, yours.
Yeah, most
recording studios like that.
Yes, recording studios typically have the signs up like that. Plus, of course, you would have signed a release. So we know it's being recorded.
Okay, got it. Anything further? Sorry, I sort of hijacked that a little bit, Mr. Patrol. Mr. Sam, you may cross.
We've never met. We've seen each other.
Okay, so on the day of the recording, you made it point to the non-recording, which means
Correct.
you were actually in this type of room.
That's correct.
He's shaking his head. This is wrong, dude. Wrong. Let me get my posters ready. I'm looking like the Grim Reaper today. I'm gonna let you know if this is wrong, dude. Wrong.
You're there just with that.
Yes.
So,
And I saw him walk by. I'm not disagreeing with you right now. I watched him go by.
that's fine.
Once again with a sniff.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, I want to determine clear. Are you working as a employee?
No.
Okay, what are you?
I am a contract employee, work for hire. As a technical consultant for specifically this production. I'm not hired by BET, I'm hired by the production.
Production.
Yes, sir.
That's what?
Entertainment One and Creature Films, like a subsidiary of
In terms of your work with the one that goes down in competition, right?
yes.
You have to bring out that you're no longer bound to that.
I do. I have a letter from an attorney in Paramount Pictures, which owns BET, approving me sharing my information, and then I also have an email from Mark Ford, the head of Creature Films, also saying he has no objection.
So, in your work, what you basically do, you have your phone or whatever recording you want to have just to monitor and choose things in your conversation. You cannot tell us who's where in your recording, correct? Correct. You just hear those things, right?
That's right.
Now, in terms of the actual recording itself, as the individual sitting there, are you sitting with mics on your own heels and you're sitting there engaging with that person?
person conducting the interview, is he wearing a mic?
Is he wearing a mic and is the person?
I don't know if the Mario Diaz, for example, is conducting the interview. I don't know if he's wearing a lapel mic, but there would be two mics in the room minimum. There would be a lapel mic on key feed, and then there would be a shotgun mic over him that is kind of capturing everything else.
Right. And so, in terms of what you're recording, you don't know, for instance, if the cameras are on or off because you're actually just listening to sound.
That's correct.
In terms of the interview, you understand that what you think is supposed to be as well?
Yes. Yes, he was there for the entire first interview, and then he was like 10 minutes late. So.
Now, before we were listening to this, are there any moments at all where Mr. Davis is talking about what you think you trying to talk to?
Loud. He's just using a normal indoor voice, is what I understand.
Okay. And when you say that there was this statement, this is a hotline,
Yes.
fair to say that was a reminder to whoever it is.
He was using his inside voice, but Keepy D wants to put his ass outside.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So there were times where there was an understanding, or at least an idea what they were going to have a conversation.
There was one time that was the only time.
Now, after you had recorded what you did, it seems to just the entire thing.
Correct.
You never had his permission to record all of it, right?
I didn't need his permission.
Why?
Because he's there to be recorded. He's got mics on him. He has lights and camera pointed at him. He's in the production studio. I'm officially hired on as a crew member. I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
No. Let's back up there for sure.
Sure.
You're a crew member, but you don't own the rights to the production itself, right?
Correct.
And you don't own the rights in terms of what the camera angles are or anything like that.
That's correct. I cannot put this on YouTube and profit from it.
Okay, well, back up here again. I want to make sure it's clear. Did you take that audio recording that you made, give it to either Educated One or any of the subsidiaries in this case?
No.
Okay, so you basically took something that you didn't have permission to take.
That's not true.
Okay, well, back up here. Tell me who you got permission from.
Uh-oh.
Permission. You understand? There's no permission needed for that. I'm there to do it. I made the recording because he showed up for the first interview, not ready for his interview to be conducted. So I knew it was going to be broken up into 2 days. So I said, I'm going to make a recording of this so that I can make sure we ask the correct follow-up questions when we come back. That's the only reason I made this recording.
But you're not a contract person. You don't have a contract.
I apologize. What way of the issue for this needs to rule upon? This sounds like cross-examination for a jury.
Well, I'll get back into it. There is not the same as a question on which you want to follow the list. And just to make sure I'm clear, you take that recording and that's the recording that you're now publishing your news, right?
Publishing, no. Playing for the jury, yes. Publishing it suggests public. I'm not playing this out to the public.
And that was a legal terminology, but you're playing that for the jury.
Yes, sir.
That's what it is.
Anything further, Steve? All right. In general, the attorney-client privilege under 49.095 is broken when you speak in front of a third party who is unrelated to the legal team. Here it appears as though Mario Dorsey and no others were potentially present for the conversations. Additionally, the setting of the interview itself does not lend itself to believe that the conversation would be privileged and or private. It's a recording studio. The purpose is there to be recorded. A release is signed so the person can be recorded. The entire room is microphone up. Additionally, there are microphones on for people participating in the interview. In general, this isn't a situation that would lend itself to private conversations. I think based on the testimony, they are not privileged conversations.
All right, there we go.
Circling back and to the issue regarding the limiting the instruction to the jury, Mr. Sam, is there anything? Did you want me to reread the Tavares instruction, which I can add something related to the unrelated shooting to? The proposal for that would be this. You've heard testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a federal conviction, gang affiliation, and an unrelated shooting.
It's not unrelated shooting. In 2015, he lets the cops come in his house and they find a gun and some drugs. And that's when he goes to prison on 2015. The shooting he's talking about is teenage shooting that's written about in his book. So Mr. Shams was leading the 2015
So how about just instead of federal conviction, prior criminal convictions?
The conviction in 2015. That's the only one that wasn't.
My point is saying that it was unrelated, is saying that it's unrelated to this incident.
Unrelated 2015 incident.
So what's your proposal, Mr. Sample? I saw you had a piece of paper.
Yes, Your Honor, myself and the defense team worked on a prize instruction that says you are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered for propensity purposes, but instead for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of the witnesses.
It's not only not to be considered for propensity, it's not to be considered for any outside thing other than those narrow exceptions that we've delineated.
That's the propensity purposes was the.
So if you're okay with that defense, you want to add or any other purpose somewhere? Okay.
Sounds like a weak ass defense, you ask me.
Add that and then bring it up to me, and I'll use that as my master. And we'll ultimately end up giving this instruction to the jury and then back.
Okay.
Suggestion that is granted. As soon as
All right, so we have 1 win, 1 loss. The jury instruction is granted. The Dorsey recordings are going to continue. It did not break attorney-client privilege.
almost okay.
I have some TiVo time. I just can't with keeping these faces. Just wrong, dude. Wrong. This is the whole thing that's just wrong, dude. Wrong. How I lose that? I should have won that. It's just wrong, dude. Throw a dog a bone. Show some love, brother love. We don't need to watch all this. Y'all are funny. I have a fan in the room. Somebody said, who hitting the hookah? I hit a fan dog.
I'll rerun. No, it's okay. Sure. I think I got it. Okay. So this is what I'm going to read. Tell me if there's an objection. You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted. It should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purpose. It is admitted only for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant statements. Any objection? Perfect. All right, I can read that. So as soon as we bring the jury in, I'll apologize for being a little bit late. My fault, and then I will read them the limiting instruction and we'll get going. Yeah, I think so. All right, so as soon as that jury's ready to go, we'll go.
Now he's standing up.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good weekend. I apologize for the delay. We had a legal issue that I needed to
decide before we walked you in, so I do appreciate your patience in that matter. There's a limiting instruction that I need to read to you, and then we're going to resume with Mr. Dorsey's testimony. You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purposes. It is admitted only for the purpose of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. All right, Mr. Giacomo, Mr. Dorsey has already been sworn, and so you may proceed.
Mr. Dorsey, in that first portion, the first 35 seconds, you were about to get back. Let me ask you this. After 2019, did you become aware that Mr. Davis published a book?
Yes,
Did you read the book?
I did.
Were there historical facts he provided you in 2017 that were included within that book?
Yes, there were biographical facts from his childhood.
Do you recall what those various biographical background? You published?
Sure. One of the stories was how his first time hanging out with the Crips when he was 9 years old, shooting dice, and his dad drove by and saw him and ended up punishing him for that. He talked about playing Pop Warner football through the night. Not just that, but also he talked about going to Shirt's house after they would win parties in their backyard, parties. He talked about a baseball coach at the Compton College who was dealing drugs. I think he was like a middle schooler, and he started running kind of a career to that guy. It was his first introduction to the drug game. He talked about being in the Upward Bound program at UCLA, and there may have been one other detail in there, but all details that I've only ever heard in that interview and read in this book. So the author could have only gotten this from him.
Right, Judge, I'm going to do a little bit to fast forward this to 35:17, I think.
Well, go back to the recording.
We put on record when we paused it. Did you write that down?
It was 35:17 before we paused it. So I'm trying to get there. This program doesn't make it real easy to just jump that far.
Okay, so for those that are coming back in, we just went through the limiting instruction, so that has been read to the jury. He lost the not objection, but the legal challenge to the Dorsey recording. So we're going to resume the recordings. I believe we're about 40% through. So it looks like we're going to continue day 6 with Mr. Dorsey on the stand, and we'll see what happens from here.
Sorry, Judge, the transcript won't come up if I don't start it. I'm not starting it over. I just have to roll from here to wherever we're going. So I'm just going to have to guess, and hopefully we're close. Sorry, one more time. We just have to listen to a little bit more than we. I'm going to stop this. Before his interview in 2017, had you ever heard of Special Agent Holland?
I don't think so. I don't remember hearing much about the federal investigations.
like, oh, like, hey, you got a lot together. Most people don't know that. Most people are, talk about shit. Talk about scared. That's what I mean. Like, why can't we get to that spot, that place? You guys were talking. And we're growing up, going to clubs, growing up painting. Just take this for like, so now, like, stop up. CEO guy. CEO guy. Yeah, the big guy. Right there. Take on the stage. I know you.
Alright? Alright. Hold on. So, say it in your own words. Not his words. What did he ask? Just say it in your.
I told y'all Nick be on one. He's like the Chatterhood comedian. He said Keepy D looked like the bear from Toy Story. Just last week it was Little Bill. This week is the evil bear from Toy Story. I can't.
What did he want? What are his problems? CEO. Big guy. What you said hit him up was a big deal, right? That was a challenge too. Man, that was totally good, man. You don't think so? Yeah, totally. Us. Yeah, they are, man. But it's just whatever down, fuck you know. So you guys are cool with that? Tell me. Oh, we had rented a hotel with a house of books. This is pop. You know, so it's a house of books. And guy makes like an outlaw. And I reckon always rolls, man. Always rolls, man. And another thing right here. Say, you know what the fuck that would mean? Always rolls, man. Like, I'm just rapping. Sounds like, yeah, he's just a rapper, man. I don't know what the fuck that blood, what the fuck was the pop. And it comes to me that way. Talk about it. Why motherfuckers like houses? So how much you puffy off? How much you puffy off? Wayne's gonna give the green light, right? I'll do the dance for you, but I have to listen. But he offered, can you just say he offered us money or something like that? Say, money? He was really scared. guys from that point to hang out. Really, it's, they got this bad cops approach. I've been talking about it, most of the cops. They never pictures, never, um, so let's cut to a little bit, get them in, I'm not, what is he, how old is he? Want to talk to me about what happened? I want to hear. Yeah, no, you can tell me the story because it's so many God, why is it that Tupac saw him? So that's
Brief interruption, chat, and you can see it's hard to make out, but on the top of this transcript, you can see like a little play bar. We're about 50% through this recording, so I would say maybe another half hour, and then we'll wrap up this witness and continue on with the next one.
What the hell?
I'm just trying to understand what happened back then. Back then, was it that they got cocky? Sure. That they got cocky? Sergeant Mills, Mayor, all these 2004. They just got busted, man. I love it. They didn't get the main one though. They didn't get the main fucking. They just run around and steal a chopper. They got Reggie. They got Reggie. I said they didn't get the main one. They all of it. Thank you guys. We're back in 45. Are you leaving? No. One thing about it, they're looking at that. Wait till you see Wilson. Oh, man. Thank you. All right. Oh, yeah, okay. Where are we eating? Oh, it's in there, okay. You're talking about, tell me a little bit of, this is why I'm here. Wait, need your permission. Yeah. What? Won't talk about that woman. You wanna go to the ends of my after? Yeah, can you talk about, before the aftermath, can you talk about that, like, generally? Just give me some something about it. And then we can do it again in more detail. Yeah, something. Well, let me get started with it. Yeah, no, just okay. Right, thought we wanted to say anything about it. What? Oh, yeah. No. Hello? so things. You do not feel up. All right, we got to keep talking. By the next time, I didn't. He asked me to come down here. I asked me to come down here. It's my name. So, of course, so I want to know what I can see and what I can't see. I got to discuss that with you. You give me an example. It's just one of them, man. It's just, it's like, I deserve it. It's way more than, that's the worst thing. So, for instance, once I get home with him, he tell me, oh, yeah, no, nigga, like, yeah, I just gotta go for something. I didn't want to tell you all that, just boring stuff. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I'm talking to you, so I do this. You know, so I stick around. Because me, I make him look like a dazzle. That's a lot. Yeah. Oh, that's why I want to consult this first. Y'all push me to do this. When you want me to do it?
Forced you.
Yeah, I want to go right now. Yeah, because he said, you want me to do that now? Yeah. Right, so we're gonna take this.
Bro, you was talking way too damn much.
You ain't even throwing into a noodle. I didn't get a pair of Sean John drawers. What, Skippy D? What are you talking about? You've been mad at Puffy for years.
When did you talk to them? Gave them a statement. You gave them a statement? Yeah. No. No. Well, I mean, the proffer gave us a statement. Yeah.
Huh?
Da-da-da-da. What's that, man?
What the
You see
fuck?
that back there?
What the fuck am I listening to? What am I listening to, bro?
He's saying at some point you did talk to him. Was that?
You're laughing at him.
I don't want to turn you outside because that's why I didn't want to do this today. Right. But I mean, some shit to give me motherfucking, yeah.
I don't even I don't even know what the
Dude,
fuck y'all
I
talking
just got a
about.
meeting last week, but I wasn't able to. My wife was sick on. I could have had all the answers. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to tell you all that on my business like that. Of course, my hand. All right, man. Let me just see what I can talk to you about. A lot of the stuff I have here is not that. Okay. Yeah, you don't have all that. Can you talk about Snip? Tony? Puff afterwards? Snip and Puff? Yeah, I mean, at some point you need to talk to them for sure. Same shit. What's that? Well, so after that happened, yeah, so that we don't waste our time. You just tell me where you can talk to me. I get a problem, but otherwise, we only ask you 3 questions. I go into full detail with you and everything. You don't have to do it. Once I get the main line where I'm covered, I'm saying, because I can't make them look like a goddamn asshole. They don't down.
after they asked. Mr. Man let him know. He flew out to the Caribbean and shit. Spot is. Yeah, don't do that. You got to stay sharp, man. You got to watch out for the police. You watch out for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know. This you can answer. Why didn't they bring up any charges against Orlando? I didn't bring up the charges. I don't think they will. They bring everybody else. They were not to a first settlement. And everybody else. Just what happened. My homies, he's a really strapped guy. He pick up the gold cookies. He came, knocked on my door about 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock. So TPD, the FBI, and about 100 police is with the donut shop. I told him, wait 1 minute. I grabbed my shoes. I put on my pants, grabbed my shoes and shirt and stuff. Left my car and everything. I jumped in the truck and then so he dropped me off at the metro. I missed the raid by 5 minutes.
Huh.
Otherwise, I would have got.
You say somebody tipped him off?
So let's go back to Orlando. He passed away. So maybe you can talk about what he did that day without mentioning. Is that feel comfortable doing? Because you can't implicate him. He's dead. He's nothing. Yeah. Can you talk about what Orlando did that night? The night that he was dead. Talk to the hospital. To the hospital, his short and stuff like that. What I'm talking about. You got to consult. There's 3 questions just stuck on. I got to go to consult with him now. I'm just saying he's not. There's nothing. Waiting for lawyer. Waiting for you. Something. You talking to Orlando without mentioning his name. Without mentioning Keith's name.
That's what I asked. Why? See if I'm talking. What does he know about what Orlando did that night without himself in that? You know what I mean?
So, did Orlando go after Tupac then? I gotta do my job. No, he didn't go after Tupac. He did not. Man, we just get on the show, man. You can't ball. Let's go somewhere else. You talk about Paul, something like that. What's that? I'll ask you. Did you try to get money from Puffy after the deal that you had arranged? No, because it was hot. You know, she didn't jump off doing like that. Be smart in this game. So that's why they took your ass down. They would have paid you for our ass down. You know what I'm saying? And what was he playing? I seen him maybe like 6 months later. The house of blues right there. And he invited us to create a picture museum tonight. Went up there. He's up there partying. I seen him at the create a picture museum. He like DVD. The FBI is all over us. So if you want to catch our heat, you know what I'm saying? Sitting up in this party right now, like, man, we not dead. So that's why I didn't understand how the fuck we can get killed. You know what I'm saying? The FBI all around here, you know what I'm saying? So they up in the Or is everything that should be off the money? Look.
God,
We'll talk about Biggie in a second, but did you ask him for?
that's why there's no way he's in the South Side Crib still, people.
Is it? You can ask him for the money that
The FDR all over.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, so he pretends like fuck, the FDR are outside right now, murder's off, we can't kill him. I never put that together.
Yeah. What's is it true that rumor going around the got has money? That's what the FBI said. Say it again. That's what the FBI said. It's about the money. Hey, some motherfucker. Donald Trump. Trump Jr. right now. Fucking emails and shit. Yeah, other people, you know. No, soon as I left, I told you that, man, that Ted Holiday had his head up my ass, woman. Still got him on it, man. You know what I'm saying? Other people. Yeah, the major rocket and shit. Other people. Yes, not upset about that. Yeah. Not upset about that. It's time to get paid. It's not a big purpose spot, man. You know what I'm saying? It's not a big purpose spot. Let me just backtrack here for a second. Yeah, he's got the keys.
Yeah. Or like he wants to be in like a warehouse or like, you know.
I see Ray J in the back sleeping.
That sounds not me, guys. It's them.
Not at all. You look under a microscope. Yeah. Working as cop the police, feeding through downtown all the information. You know what the hell? Y'all need to be on our fucking side, homie. You know what I'm saying? Everybody get on the 2 o'clock side and all these other news sides, they should be on our fucking side. We don't know what's catching it. And crooked cop the police, just crooked brand for, you know what I'm saying? They telling these people downtown FBI shit. That's it.
Not the police.
It's coming out right now. Maybe we can talk about that sensitive stuff. No? Where did that from?
Now I'm starting to think about how we started the stream with the Lizzie burgers or whatever. Um, what was it? The Puff Daddy, hold on. One more time. Because this is starting to get weird. Like, KPD just says, I F'd him or whatever. And it's just like, what are you talking about? No Diddy barbecue. Yeah. That's where we were. It said no Diddy barbecue.
Pause. You get all the long, juicy meats you want over here. Just make sure you put the paw sauce on it. No freaky.
Man, how you get the name No Diddy, man?
Well, I've been doing soul food out here for about 6-7 years, and people keep asking me for glizzy, sausages, stupid stuff like that. So I decided to bring some civilization to the situation, and that's how I came up with the paw sauce.
Yeah, we need paw sauce for the chat.
Nobody, please don't come asking me what's in the news. Act like I don't hear you. Please don't come over here acting like a fed. You know what's in the news. Well, shit, it's the best deal in Atlanta. See, at least as long as I've been here. You know, I call it my Batiman special. Buy 2 plates, pay for both of them.
I just can't. Let's come back over here. Because if you look at the transcript, we need some paw sauce for this. We do need to get some paw sauce. Whoever's in Atlanta, if y'all can verify that this, the No Diddy barbecue is real, I swear to God, I will buy us paw sauce for the chat.
Hollywood all the things to tell me. No? Where you heard that from?
Him. He said it.
Paw sauce. Paw sauce.
There was never any, after you stop trying after a while, there was never any clear contact. Yeah. Why? That's gonna make me. So, he invited you to the Peterson, to that fine party. Yeah. You said there were too many people there. The feds were there. No, you said there were 86. Right. So that wasn't the place at the time, right? Hell no. The FBI didn't see us together. They would put shit together. But why did you go in front? Why did I go?
We got a huge audience in the A, you know. I'll be down there in like a week or two. I think I'm gonna go see this gentleman and I'm gonna go to the No Diddy barbecue. That's it. I need to get this paw sauce.
Go see them smashing party, Tony, and all that, you know what I'm saying? And, it's literally invited. You know what I'm saying? You got it in. They should have kept us. Because might still be alive today. You know what I'm saying? Instead of talking about the FBI around, they should be scared of us now. The FBI around. Yes, the FBI was going to do it. It looked like they did. You know? And 2 or 3 days later, Sergeant Reynolds pulled up talking about, we killed Biggie. Oh, you know what I'm saying?
False evidence.
It had nothing to do with the biggest smoke. Boy, Biggie was right. Why would we want to kill him? You know?
Why is it that all something?
Because of money and all this other shit. And then they put the cops down their feet to body their superior's head. And some bullshit, they know they did that shit. You know what I'm saying? So they telling the people downtown, the FBI for this. Once you can see them walk down there, it was up against, the mayor, even the mayor was against us.
Now, when you say the money, you mean the money that was owed to the property.
Yeah.
You say that?
Well, the money that was on the public. Yeah.
That's why people thought that you killed me.
Yeah, that's why they thought you killed me, yeah. You killed me, you know.
So why did you agree to tell your story after all these years?
Alright, you told my story.
Yeah, to us. And I know why you told your story to me.
Said my fucking life. I was really facing death penalty. I just didn't say my life was set up. My whole crew life. You know what I'm saying? We got like 48 indictments. All my big hitters, all my homies, all my family, my plugs, my Colombians. You know what I'm saying? Shit. They had our ass up. You know what I'm saying? So shit. You know what I'm saying? He was from DC. And then he was a psychology game. You know what I'm saying? Shit. That's how they got me.
And to us, why do you want to tell that story to us?
Because I felt we was betrayed, and just when we was done by the crooked cops, the media, everybody, you know what I'm saying? It was wrong. It was wrong, it really.
Wrong did. Wrong.
What? I don't even know what type of word that is.
Oh my God. Is it wrong? Which one is it, Kiki D? You was wronged. You was wronged.
Yeah. And, just the way we was done by the crooked cops, the media, everybody, you know what I'm saying? It was wrong. It was wrong, it really, you know what I'm saying? Dude, you come raid our house, shoot police come raid our house, take our guns. That shit wrong. It's just totally wrong. People think we was lying about the shit. Shit just hit the fan last week. Reggie Wright, senior and junior. Did you know that nigga?
Tell me about that. Like, you touched on it, but I want to know more about like Shook enlisting the cops to help him out. What was that about?
I don't know what the fuck was it about. It was smart though. Came out. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know? Shit. We're going, we're doing it dark. Don't come to the light. Shit, people hit the fan. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Like they say, you ain't being in the law. FBI's a mother, but they take your ass down. Shit. I ain't no better than Noriega. I ain't no better than fucking Don, I'm saying? None of them son of a bitches, you know what I'm saying? John Gotti or none. They took them down, I'm a beat out of them. See?
Well, was that widely known that Shook was hanging around, was like protected by cops?
Yeah. Everybody knew that, yeah.
What?
Knew that he was protected by good ass cops. Some dirty one. He could take everything, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but that did that ever give you pause to fucking shit? You know what I'm saying?
U.S. soccer team didn't want me. No idea why. Whatever. Oh, what's up? I know I'm gonna lead it.
I'm his uncle. I'm here to protect him. I'm saying and all that. Is there ever a time when you felt bad about Tupac? Was there a time I felt bad about it? Yeah. I was sitting there happy. I lost my plug. You know what I'm saying? So I'm everywhere now. I'm back to Bogota. Shit. You know what I'm saying? See, I hated that. You say what? You wish what had happened? I wish it never happened to Tupac because, shit, it changed my whole fucking life. Shit. Fucking plug. I was making all the money for millions, man. Fucking went to Bogota, bro. And when we caught up in our bullshit, I wish I would have listened to him. I should have jumped on the plane with his ass. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. All right. That's my son. And my wife, they on my ass. We're almost out. Okay. Yeah. That's how you have to repeat it. Okay. What's the Bogota? No. I hear about it. Like, you ever feel bad? This is a kid up. To me, it was an injured team in the prime of his life. Stupid shit out here. That's the shit. Also, he shot the police in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? So doing this, you in this little game. You know, you're a rapper.
Says the dude that's fucking selling PCP. You wronged it, dude. You wronged it. You were wronged it for talking about Tupac like that. You were wronged it.
Stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? Stay in your fucking lane. You're not a gangster. You're a fucking rapper. I told you earlier. Stay in your fucking lane. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing what we doing. You know what I'm saying? So we should just stay in his lane. I hate it happened to him. Stuff like that. And, you know, it really changed my fucking life. You know what I'm saying? My blood left. Shit, my baby. I'm out of here. I'm going to jail. Wish I would have been on the plane with his motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I hate that. If Tupac,
I want to see Mo Cream's face so bad right now.
I had not gotten involved with your nephew at the lobby of the MGM when he still be alive. I don't know. He's a ton of money, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I guess he went with that mob and this shit went through his head on me. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I feel about it. Shit went through his head. Shit, easy. So you run into a lot of problems. Not even trying to be a gamer. You know what I'm saying? But see, in our community, we try to get him out the game, like try to play sports, rap, stuff like that. Try to get him out the game. Like, our goal is to get him out the game. Like, get us a home, get us a family. These motherfuckers nowadays is got millions of dollars and enjoy their fucking game. That shit is backwards. You know what I'm saying? Shit is backwards. Chris Brown, Soulja Boy, Justin Bieber, you gotta listen. Saying you got all that money, get away from this bullshit. All it leads to is death, penitentiary, and heartaches for your family. You know what I'm saying? People out here, we grew up in this shit. You guys from another town here. You leave this shit alone. Leave this shit alone.
Yeah, a lot of y'all are agreeing with KPD on this one. That is the realest thing. He mentioned, like, when you do get money, get up out the hood. Don't go into it. Why? You know, go live your life. You've made it. So, I am interested why he selected Soulja Boy. I mean, Superman that all and want me you.
let me ask that question again. I really like that answer, by the way. I think it's true. It's like everyone's coming. It's not true for what you did. You come with me here. That's stupid. Stuff happens. So is Royal Game members just trying to get up off this shit? If that shit hadn't happened with Orlando, would you have left it alone that day? Yes. Once again, me and Shelly's friends. We were friends. We grew up together. She would have wanted shit that never happened. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm trying to. This shit that never happened. This man and this guy grew up together. We football. We friends. So we're kids. You know what I'm saying? One thing you don't talk about this shit about the balls. This brings up a good question. Did Shook know that who he was dealing with Orlando? Did he know that he was your nephew? I told you, one man came and said, "Keep it in nephew." LA Times, keep it in nephew. I mean then. I mean before. Before he kicked him in the head. I don't know. That was a stupid choice. But he did say that night, he told the police that night that keep it in. Keep it in. You know what I'm saying? He did say that. You know what I'm saying? You keep on saying he ain't said that. Bitch, you know you said so. You know what I'm saying? Like, and why you use my name? Well, I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to get me arrested too. But, yeah. You know, Orlando had a deal, right? To testify for sure. Can you talk about that? What's that? You heard me? Orlando had a deal to testify for sure. You're taking all the stories out of my book. You know what? You're my book. No, man, this is good promotion for your book. What's that? This is good promotion for your book. Oh, you know what? You just told me about it. No, I'm talking about. Is there any truth to it? That Orlando agreed to a deal to testify for sure? What's that? We gotta go back to that one. I'm gonna say me something from my book. What kind of surprises? Won't be dead. You get to work, though. I'll see. Well, next time we talk, I'm gonna drill you. No. All right. There's no escaping. Nora, are we good? You have anything? think that Suge ran the label like a game?
Yeah. Yes. He kind of hired all gamers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He hired all gamers.
So was he in the management structure?
Who Suge was an instructor? I guess his money gave him the power. You know what I'm saying? And how people listen to it. His money is power. You know, and shit, I guess they watching the Crips did. I know our side of town did, because we played football together. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I want to go back to the Biggie. Where were you, and how did you hear the Biggie? His phone's good. We're almost done.
Let's see it on.
Just 5 more minutes, I promise.
Okay.
Where were you, and how did you hear that Biggie had done?
I was in the parking garage. Everybody ran back in front of the parking garage and said, "They just killed me! They just killed me!" I'm like, "What?" Damn, that was fucked up. By then, all the LAPDs was there. I was waiting on my car to get validated up out of there and shit. Validated up out of there. And 3 days later, I guess Compton police and fucking motherfuckers on them you over shit. You know this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's bullshit. They do down there. It's just me dirty bull, that's all. You know what I'm saying? I was really like the fall guy to me. Fucked over me, man. Fucked over my life.
But they cleared you, right?
Pause.
My life been fucked over ever since, homie. You just don't understand, dude. And I still gotta watch people. You know what I'm saying? The music validated my civil rights, my everything, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Did you suspect that somebody was casing the party at that point?
Casing the party?
Yeah.
Everybody, yeah. Well, your mother was. You know what? Yeah, they was up there. Brothers was there. They came up there. I told them off, you know. You know what I'm saying? I said, y'all be careful, nigga. Nigga. Up there. You're like, alright. And sure enough, it went down. Yeah. It was sad. You know, they come up here and get up out of it. It's a zoo out here in the jungle. Y'all coming from that little punk ass town or the shit. Get your ass up out here, boys. Realize, I mean, this shit is lying, dying there. You need to eat up the week out here.
You really say lions and tigers and bears, no lie. Jesus Christ.
How'd you feel about Biggie dying since you knew him personally?
They kind of fucked me up, you know what I'm saying? Biggie got killed, kind of fucked me up. Sad behind it, everything, man. He fucked up on it. And these bullshit ass cops gonna put that out in the media like we did that bullshit just to get the heat up off their ass. You know what I'm saying? But it's all gonna come out. It's coming out every day, you know, boy. Believe me. Yeah.
Alright, brother, I'm gonna send you.
My wife. All right.
Oh, wait. Just give 20 seconds with no sound. So don't make any sound. Just record the tone of your mouth. So why Baby Lane? Why did it be called Baby Lane? Why was Orlando? Yeah, tell me that. Because he was born on Burrs Lane. I'm trying to tell me the whole story. Like, instead, Orlando was called Baby Lane. Orlando was called Baby Lane because he was born on Burrs Lane Street, Burrs. He just called it Lane, short for Orlando. So he took my street name. And his pops was real high, and his mom were gay. The baby is he a baby face or not? Baby Lane. Short for our street. And gaming. We had like 3 gamings in our hood. From the gaming thing on. Yeah, it's separate. Yeah, other shit. And that shit just going like a wild water. Move up, got rich, had all the money, all the women. Don't put that on there. My wife will kill me. Yeah. Yeah, I said that my wife was the father for the car too. This is the last one. Okay. Original gangster, yeah. A double OG is a dude that's like been around a while. Found fathers and stuff. Found fathers of the game. That's where our gang stopped with the double OG. Because our youngest kid members is called TS's. Tony Separation. We got like about 6 different generations. Thank you. My wife walked in the garden and she is on my she was great. Okay, to talk to you. And oh, I was talking on the phone. And then if you see the next things get heavy, we can talk about Orlando and then leave it at that. But these guys are expecting details from that. Okay, it's all right. Yes. Yeah, you go over there. I don't want to let you on the Tesla part of the DC. I swear to God. There's some major players on the door. They're not going to put up. He's the best attorney in this area. Yeah. No, like I said, I mean, I don't know that. Like, sir, I swear to God, I'm here. Swear to God. I'm be nice. I'm not the devil. No, I mean, do what you gotta do. And then, can we set up a date with Nora? Like an actual date? Where, like, there's no misunderstanding. You're here for this. Or we can go out to Vegas and, what I wanted to do is for you to take us on 7th Street. Why is that funny? Why is that funny? Yeah, right. Yeah. That's good funny. Hey, you know, they never, I seen Rick Ross at the airport. He just cut a football face off. You know, man. Lord, he said, bro, I know you nowhere. You don't want to know who I am. He's like, I know you. All right. Yeah. You really want to know?
Really?
We'll figure it out. Back to next week. My sister gave her 70th birthday. Milestone said, sister. It's like 29. So I'm going to be here at 4 days before then. Okay, here, you count for it. But if you just wanted to come out to Vegas, can we do that too? I mean, I'm not joking about this stuff. Yeah. Then you can just tell me on the street it'll be different than this. It'll be less formal. Okay. Okay. All right.
Oh, chat, we made it.
Thank God.
When
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you guys have to take a restroom break. If you wanted just to take another half hour. Perfect.
Wrong, dude. Wrong. Oh shit, he's raising his hand. Oh shit. Oh no.
Alright.
Oh, he has to pee.
So, we will take a recess. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk and converse amongst yourselves with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or rewatch, listen, any report or commentary on the trial. With any person connected to this case, and any need for information, including without limitation, super television, internet, video, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected to the trial until it is submitted to you. Please rise for the jury. We'll see you guys back here at, let's say, 11:30.
Towed by Mo. Oh, you really arrived.
Alex said. Oh, Kane, not yet. Kane, pictures first.
For the record, the jury is exiting the room. When we get back, we can do another 30, 45 minutes or so. We have lunch coming some more around noon, so right now I don't have time. Alright, we'll be in recess. Okay.
Okay, chat. So they have been out. We are now live with the rest of the world. They should be back in about 2 minutes because we had 8 minutes of TiVo time. Oh my word. All the self-snitching here. I mean, y'all already know from Friday. Keepy just permanently needs to have one of these. Like, it just needs to happen. He just needs to have one of these and just walk around with it. Like, just call me Keepy Snitch. I'll tell you how I was wronged. I was wronged by Diddy. I was wronged by so many people. All the polices. Me and Shug were friends, and then we weren't friends again because Baby Lane is more important to me. And I know stuff, but I'm not going to tell y'all anything because Higgins is not here to stop me from all of it, so I'm just going to tell you more. Okay? Wrong. You guys had me dying today, though, in chat. Like, y'all were so funny. You know what's so bad about the wrong did thing? I was multitasking. I just put up, this is wrong, dude, wrong. I just put it in the merch store because y'all were asking me. This is wrong, man, wrong. Now I gotta add an ED at the end? Wrong. I was wrong, good chat. I was wrong, dude. I was wrong, good chat. If you're just now joining us, we're on a short break. What we did today, 2 things. We finished off this recording from Friday. This is witness number 18, Mike Dorsey. I put his first clip up this morning, and this is part 2, where we were continuing on with his testimony. He helped make the BET documentary. He did not work for BET. He was a contractor that was working with the first guy that we saw, Mr. Diaz, on Friday. And Mr. Diaz was the one that was asking questions to Keefe. Okay? They represent Entertainment One and Creature Films. So while this gentleman was reporting that, they were in a room talking to KPD about his experience, outlining the documentary, and this gentleman, Mr. Dorsey, was in another room, and he was recording the conversation, but he was also talking to the people. He was communicating with the people that were in the room. So if they wanted to ask sharper questions, things of the like, they were doing that, okay? So that's why this witness is particularly important. I hope that they're going to wrap up with him. Maybe there are some follow-up questions because, remember, we haven't gotten to cross-examination, and the judge did say that we have about 30 minutes of court time before we break for lunch. But, yes, that is what we have been watching for a majority of the day. Who do we have in the afternoon? Because after lunch, we're going to move on to the next witness. A lot of people have been looking at Kading But as I was thinking about this over the weekend, they have to tell the story in chronological order. Oh, here he comes, looking like the Grim Reaper. He's had his potty break. He is ready to go, sitting down again. The other big thing is they're doing it in chronological order. So we start with the 2008 property. Then we started with the 2009 interview. Now we're doing the BET thing, and I think we're probably going to move on to
The record state for speed is C377407. Anything we need to address outside the presence? Okay, let's bring in the jury. Please rise for the jury.
So we likely have maybe one or two witnesses this afternoon. One for sure. But we're going to finish up with this witness today. Mo Cream is in the building. I saw him in the gallery. You like it, Marcelino? PPD. Somebody said that. Y'all call him Cracky D, PPD, PPD. Forgetful D. He's like, he has personalities of like the seven dwarves from Snow White. PPD, Sleepy D, Yappy D. Today is funeral D. Wrong, dude, wrong.
All right, party stipulates for the presence of the jury.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Ready to see it.
You can get a witness.
Where's Mr. Garcia?
That's amazing. Go back there. Just let us know once you're up and working.
About 45 minutes.
We're going to do a shorter lunch.
All right, we have Mr. Garcia back. You're still under oath, sir. Mr. Giacomo, you may resume your questioning at this time.
Jersey, that was the July 17th, 2017 conversation that you just listened to in the first interview. And then the second interview, I have a copy of the transcript, it was July 20, 2017. Does that sound right? That sounds right. We're just going to start playing that. That is State's Exhibit
Damn it.
number 122.
There's more. There's more. Shit.
Dang. Okay.
Your wife's got that business of yours or whatever, right? So she'd have to give it up for you to come back?
Yeah. No, she's a corporation.
That's good. I mean, I see your white man in the background. Other than that, actually, I see a white man's torso.
Sorry.
Where's Tara? Where's Tara? Tara? I don't know. I haven't seen her today. You said that she called me and told me that you called Tara? Smart. But I don't think she's in the office, actually. She was look at Mario for 1 second. I just want to make sure your background looks good. You're going to be looking at me the whole time, so.
So they take the whole thing, raise it out there.
what's happening over there. You get in touch with except for Nora here. That's all right. Like, you know what you're gonna talk about, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, stepping in. What? I know him. Yeah, we are discussing.
You hear about that? So she shot like a promo? He came in before Mario got hired. And shot a promo and then somebody like that yeah. Yeah, that's bad. Alright, here we go.
Chad, I know sometimes y'all forget, but can y'all get my likes up? These likes are so bad. It's terrible. I think out of all days of the trial, this is probably the worst day of likes. I'm tempted to put it on members only, but let's keep going, see if y'all can get them up. Get them likes up.
I used to put it in toaster oven, but I saw that they threw it out. I just said the heck with it and just put it on your little griddle thing. Why did it take you so long to understand what I was talking about?
All right, so I think what we already heard. I don't know why the prosecution's doing this to us. This is wrong, dude. Wrong, dude. It's all right, Chad. We're gonna get a witness after this one. I'm excited to see who it's gonna be because, like I said, it's the timeline. They're starting with the 2018 BET interview. Do they bring in Vlad? I doubt it. Vlad was saying he didn't want to cooperate, but sometimes you don't have a choice. Do they bring in the art of dialogue? And maybe that's what we can find out is which interview did he do after this, because that's what the prosecution's doing. They went to 2008, then 2009. This is the BET interview. The next stop on the timeline is the other interviews. So do we see Art? Do we see Vladdy? What happened? I don't know.
So we'll see how they keep playing with this, not playing with the narrative, but at least telling the story with this narrative. You know what? Maybe Keefe D didn't write the book because this interviewer keeps saying, "Tell me in a full sentence." It's not funny. He was in Upward Bound, y'all. He was a straight A student. Wronged it. Maybe he didn't write the book. Maybe somebody else had to do all the typing. Now it makes sense. Didn't I pick up on another word in here that he had spelled so horribly wrong? It was like, shit, man. I know we gangbanging, but like, just English. Just speak English, please. Speak English. Well, maybe we do get Kading because we got these two producers and Greg Kading was a consultant on this project.
Why did he just start screaming that? I feel everything jiggling. I feel everything jiggling.
What the
What?
hell?
They told my sister, and I swear to God, man, she stressed me every motherfucker. So she told me, I said, I said, show me. I mean, there's it makes my life, yeah,
When QPD keeps asking for Tara, who, remember, I told you, I explained this on Friday, guys. Sometimes when you do these documentaries, you'll have the showrunner, Diaz, is the one asking the questions, and the head of the show. And then you have Tara, who is the executive assistant. But QPD keeps asking for Tara, like, where's she at? Where's Tara at? Bring Tara back. Where's Tara?
Right.
how did that get started? We had we had a place called Company Hydrology. My brother man, we used to go out there as brokers. All kinds of activities. We get one thing. So it's big man. His name was Disaster. And he told me we don't go there. And how did you find it? Concerts. How did that relationship start? He called one night. He called one night and asked us was to come down and let's go to this concert. So shit. He came. First concert we went to was in Brooklyn with some gym. Shows there. When we got on stage, it was beginning farm. So that's when I knew them guys. So we started getting to the singing. Big man. Jazz. So how did you get on stage? I don't know. I'm not sure you people anyway. You know. So you were on stage during the performance. Yes, I was on stage. I wanted to ask you how that works. Like, they call you guys up, see if it's okay to come to it. Like, what does that mean? You know, some of us don't understand, like, why you're like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you go see what's going on in LA. We go see the skin shit. And bacon. Some shit started at some point. So did you guys offer him security? Is that how it went down? Or? No, we didn't have security guards. No, we just went to the concert. I guess he was trying to be slick. We're Rams. And as soon as music was, you know what I'm saying? This was being smart. Me and Jim was friends, so I just go parties. Everything was showing. We just go to parties. So at that point, it was still, you still talk to Suge, no problem. You still talk to, you don't have conference with people. When did it become a problem? I guess when the guy, Big J, got killed in Atlanta. Tell me about that. Right on the street was Puffy, like,
Okay, so now the story he's about to go. Operation pause. So here's what's gonna happen. In this recording, you're gonna get the straight story that they use for the BET documentary. I do like that. I think that's good for the jury to hear. So the first recording was a rough, almost like a rough cut, like the Keefy D bugging out and his wife calling him, blah, blah, blah. This is the polished version where he does go home, puts on his suit, sits down, and tells the story.
I want to understand how Puffy is afraid that Suge's going to do something to cause you guys up. Right? So he was having a tour that year, the BET tour, and he was just like, shit, I guess you can barely understand. Like, because he was preps. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So he just called me and I said, we're going to the concert. You guys have a good time with it? Yeah, let's go. Alright, so let's go through all the stuff we talked about last time. How many times did you meet Puffy? How many times have I met Puffy? Shit, was there a specific time or place where you guys talked about being scared? Oh, shit, bring backs. once you knew what was going, uh, did you look for an opportunity to, help him out with his problem? Tell me about your life during that time. What were you're putting in a lot of money, right? Paint a picture of what that looks like. What was it? How much money were you bringing in? How large were you living? You have to be like specific to the dollar. Be sensitive. How much did you keep? So to you, the money didn't matter. When things got hot in Vegas, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, but when things got hot in Vegas, was it about the money? When you guys went after shooting Tupac? Right, it seemed like you came at us. Something on that period, trying to get started on us. Yep, that's cool. So, let's go back. I'm jumping around a lot. So, let's go back to the pussy thing. After you met with him at Greenblatt's, when did you see him again? The candy. Yeah. Did you hear the candy got swallowed? Swallow it or spit it out? Okay. So, after you met him at Greenblatt's, did you see him again? After that? Yeah. And was he still concerned about the beef with you? No, not really. About 50 bucks what he was saying. He hired some extra sins too. So just tell me the beginning of that. So Puffy wasn't afraid because Puffy wasn't afraid because he was the dress room. Plus he had about 10 extra sins. Right. So, let's talk about Orlando. Who's Orlando Anderson? Orlando Anderson is my nephew. My nephew, my best friend, my son, everything. You guys did a lot of stuff together, hung out, chilled out. He was a youngster. Just graduated from high school. He jumped on him. 20-year-old kid, some grown men jumped on the kid. That's my nephew. Seems like he's always picking on some kids. Did he become part of your crew? No, not really. I would never put my nephew in a position to be part of the crew like that. But he's affiliated with gangs, right? He's affiliated with Crips. He's not, see pictures of him flashing gangs. No, shit, he blew up over there. That's the country. Yeah, it's the country. Even as good as our neighborhood. Right. So what happened, I want to set the stage for what happened at the lobby of the MGM, right? Somebody saw him and said, that's the guy who stole my chain, right? There have been since then at the Lakewood Mall. Can you tell me what you know about that stuff?
Well, there was a football player. There was a guy, one of my little homeboys named Marcus. He was playing football for, he was going to play football for Arizona State. And he was up there, to buy him some stuff to play football with. You know, like shoes. He also got his percentage. You were there? They was there to set him off right, you know, to give him support so he could be all right when he get to college. You know, so it just so happened he ran training just road guys and he was there by himself. And they were bird dog and he talking shit to me. Yeah, bro. I rule and all that. So shit. He jumped off. You know, Marcus, he don't know if he can fight with him. And he's a football player. So he had to let him. So he kept, you know, he knocked the guy out, grabbed his chain, you know. He ended up pounding him with chain, you know, and then a big ass chain. And telling him, you know, chains. And, worse shit. So they started baseball, yeah. And who's Marcus? Marcus, he was a football player from our neighborhood. He was just graduating from Dominguez High School. He didn't play football. And he was there that day, but he was there with them all by himself. And there was three guys from Death Row from Fire Road. There was Bird on him talking shit to him. See, I don't know what it said. Representing our neighborhood. You know, there's, you know, Bird dog and he just my nephew got them to come up to the mall. So he got involved because he saw what was happening, or how did he get there? Well, like my nephew get there. No, they was going to beat him up there and show him bikes and stuff. Set him off right there in his own state. You know, you'll have to be, you know, pretty strong. So, I'm just trying to get it straight. Like, they were together when they encountered the guys from Death Row? No, Marcus was by himself. How did Orlando get involved there? Orlando and his Marcus friends was all high school, they all friends, playing sports with him. He came up to the mall to meet Marcus so they could help him see him all right to college. No, I understand that, but when the shit started happening, where was Orlando? He was moving into the mall, moving into the Foot Locker. And Marcus and his homeboys, like, we're eating out. You know what I'm saying? And Marcus just took off. I understand.
I don't understand. This
I
story
don't.
doesn't make any sense, Kimberly. Because at the end of the day, we are saying that the Lakewood Mall incident, people targeted Orlando because I don't know if it was Orlando that was taking the chain or he was just involved with the people that took the Death Row chain. Apparently, he's saying Orlando was just walking in. Let's see what happens next. This story is not really making a lot of sense.
Because they understood that there was like a building for the chain. That's bullshit. $200, $300 change. We really need the change. So that's plan. We go to Vegas, right? In Vegas, you guys will fight. Tell me why you went to Vegas. You should go to fight. Mike Tyson fight. We've been going to fight since 88, 89. For rivals. You know what I'm saying? We're going to the fucking fights. One fight I was at, I was sitting next door to Mike Douglas. MC Hammer was outside the fucking building, you know, trying to get into the fucking VIP section. So, yeah, you know, shit. Yeah, I paid for the fights. That's what shit.
Don't nobody believe that bullshit.
You knew that Suge was going to be there. No, not really. I don't know Suge was going to be there. I seen
Don't
Suge
nobody
maybe
believe you, bro.
outside in the lobby. Here's some Rolls Royces.
Okay, Gennaro is saying Diddy had a 10K bounty on the chain because he wanted to put it in the video. All right, that makes a little bit more sense.
And then, shit, you know, I seen it and he spoke to me and everything. Yeah, baby, she said something there. So who were you with? Who I with? Yeah. Orlando officer? Yeah, Orlando. I think Orlando was supposed to be. Alright. So the next thing is you guys went to the fight. The fight ended with was it Mike Tyson? First round. And you went to eat. So, tell me what happened after the fight.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with this part of it. Because he's telling the chronological story to BT, but there's a lot of parts that are left out or just not answered.
Yeah, there's a lot I think being left out.
We had the guy from the Lakewood Mall incident last week. I think that was day 3 or day 4. He was there. And then you have KPD telling the story in his 2008 interrogation and 2009 interrogation. But this one is a little spotty. Y'all get what I'm saying? Like, this one just feels a little different. The way he's trying to tell the public what happened. It just feels a little spotty. Oh, the cafe.
Hmm?
What did he tell you happened? Why did he? So the day before you're saying that Tupac and shoot both saw you and Orlando. No, so what happened is, I mean, I understand well, he claims that the stupid necklace, that's the guy that the necklace off of his friend. I know, it's funny, right? Like, this shit is about the stupid necklace, people die. Um, what happened after that? Yeah. I understand. And then, just tell me like the little conference was about. You had a little meetings. You said you had a little meeting. What was that meeting?
think we got a few more minutes left, maybe like less than 5. If you think that this chain was snatched, can y'all put a 1 in the chat? I want to do a social poll to see how y'all are feeling. Do you think this chain was actually taken at the Lakewood Mall? Put a 1 in the chat. And just from what we're hearing, I'm testing you because this is how the jury is likely feeling. Put a 2 in the chat if the chain is still a mystery to you. I'll be honest, I'm kind of in the 2 space because I want to hear it for the first time and learn about it. You know what I mean? But I got some 1s. I got a majority of 1s. These people have beef with me saying got some 2s. Got some 2s. All right, chat. They're about to wrap up in less than 5 minutes and head out to lunch. I did find what I want to start doing. We've been focusing on KPD a lot during the lunch breaks. I want to listen to some Pac stuff. You know, like when Pac was alive and in his prime. So I did some digging over the weekend, and I went into the archive of actual interviews with Tupac, so y'all can see where his mindset was as he was in the prime of his life. So we're gonna do that today. But yeah.
Let's take it step by step. So you went to 662. So look for that. They never show up.
One 30 means 4:30. 4:30 East Coast. What you got for us, AV?
Okay, there we go. They are out for lunch for about an hour. They're back at about 4:30 my time, 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. It is 3:34 right now. What I'm gonna do real quick is give you your daily update, right? As far as what we've seen this morning, I do have a Tupac, very old interview where some important information comes out in this interview when he was at his prime, right? So I do want to check that out with y'all. I was watching it like late last night. Did a little bit of digging in the rabbit hole, and went into Mr. Garland, his actual father, because I'm really curious why his actual father hasn't been involved in this the state. So I was thinking about that over the weekend. I was just like, yeah, what's going on? So, shenanigans. What did we miss this morning? If you're just now popping in, welcome to Days.
Why do I reach for the new 3-in-1 Rejuvenate Power Max Spray Mop? Because husband, birdhouse side hustle, lack of awareness. And 3-in-1 means it mops, scrubs, and sweeps like this. He's a great dad.
Things that are not with law enforcement. It was with a production company and a production crew. They wanted to make sure that the jury knew that just because it's talking about the Biggie thing doesn't mean that QBD had anything to do with the Biggie thing. Then we went to the Dorsey recordings where there is an attorney present. However, they were talking about attorney-client privilege, and y'all know what that means. Like, whatever you say to your attorney is protected, is completely confidential. However, that privilege breaks when you have other people in the room. So if you got producers and all of that, KPD did lawyer up with a lot of these interviews with law enforcement. And apparently he had an interview in recording number 1 with an attorney present. But y'all know just be talking. He just be talking. So even though he had a lawyer there, that was actually silly. It was actually kind of a waste of money because y'all know lawyers bill you by the hour. But that attorney probably should have said something, man. Like, attorney-client privilege is destroyed right now because you have other people in the room that can't really help you. Still took the breath though. Interesting. I wonder who that lawyer was. I wonder if it was Higgins. Next, Dorsey recordings. We talked about that. The judge did rule against it, saying that the recordings can still continue on and that they are not privileged information. And this is why I could tell that KBD's attorney sometimes be sleeping, because if you had a problem with that, you should have been so sharp where you would have objected to it coming in the first place on Friday. Goddamn, you did not. You had the whole weekend to sleep. You had the whole weekend for people to tell you what to do. You had the whole weekend to think about that. You had a problem with that recording. You should have objected the moment they hit play. He didn't. Instead, he waited till today. I know a lot of you guys are hoping to get some information on the Dirk trial. It is not televised. I know a few people that are out there right now. Trapper Ross is out there. Seti Nash is out there. It looks like, I mean, shit, everybody trial streaming now. It looked like ACK is about to start streaming on it as well. But here's the thing, when there's no people in the courtroom, when we don't have eyes on the courtroom like this, all you have is people coming out and telling you what's happening. All you have is trial by tweet. I did it with the Diddy trial, at least on the sentencing day. I didn't follow the whole thing, but I did it on sentencing day. On sentencing day, I had to look at tweets and read you what was happening per people in the courtroom. Honestly, I don't like doing that because y'all know I have lawyer brain. I need my lawyer brain to be active in the room. You know what I mean? That's when I could do what I do here, where I'm writing vigorous notes for y'all. When I can tell you what rules of evidence apply. When I can tell you about legal strategy. When I can tell you about all of that. That is why I don't like these type of cases. And I saw people running up on Trap Lord Ross over the weekend. I was like, God damn. You know? So, it is what it is. We're gonna go from there, but I will do what I can with Durkio. The other big thing is Yellow BZ is in jury selection today. It starts today. I didn't keep up with that on Twitter earlier. So if anything, I might do that one. Maybe like an hour stream update on both of those before we start the Tupac trial, since it's on West Coast time. But his trial is running at the same time as this one. Both on West Coast time, so it's a little tough. Brian still owes me an interview. He promised it. He's the only YSL lawyer I couldn't get, but he did a few months later agree to it. His wife Paulette is super sweet. But then, right when I got Brian was like, hey, I have a big trial. This is last year. He's like, I got a big trial coming, so I might have to skip the interview. And he's like, I can't really talk about it until it's done. 2 weeks later, I found out he was representing Diddy. So Brian has to come on at some point. He now owes me two cases to talk about, even if it's Colette, because y'all remember when in the Young Thug trial they were trying to put Brian Steele in jail? Man, Colette wrote that. She wrote it so quick, and she's a lawyer too. They run a husband and wife firm. Colette wrote that motion so quick to get Brian out, and then Ashley Merchant came in. I did get Ashley. Ashley's cool. Ashley's doing her thing. She's now doing a podcast with Phil Holloway, the Megyn Kelly Network. Ashley and I share a hairdresser in Atlanta. But yeah, Ashley is amazing. But yeah, man, that's what's happening with the Durkio trial. We're gonna have to rely on people that come out during the breaks to tell us what happened. There's no cameras in there, so it's tough. It's tough. But there's a lot of snitching happening in that one, I'm hearing. But yeah, we will see what happens. I mean, this is my cup of tea. I like being able to see what's going on in a courtroom, to see the witnesses that are coming on, to see lawyer reactions in real time. But yeah, this is probably the busiest trial month in hip-hop history, to be honest with y'all. You got 3 major trials happening at the same time. It's a lot. It's a lot. Everybody's asking if we think Puffy is going to get called as a witness. From what I saw on the case file a few days leading up to trial, there are a lot of out-of-state witnesses. I could not see it because they knew that it was publicly broadcasted, so they try to block a lot of stuff. I saw requests for at least 6 or 7 out-of-state witnesses. We just don't know who they are because they're hiding the paperwork from us. I did see the one for a California inmate, which is likely showed. But again, even if he doesn't want to testify, you saw it with Mob James. You saw it with like another brother that came up last week. They don't want to be there, but when you're subpoenaed to be there, they're going to fight the subpoena first in their local area. And they're losing, 2 out of 3 last week. Actually, all 3 of them last week. They lost those fights to testify. So interesting stuff. Brother Tim, I hope you get that shirt, man. I sent you the link last Friday. Cash in on your shirt, because we're doing another merch giveaway on this channel. We will do merch giveaways every Friday. I just put up the new shirts. If you want to pick them up and not even wait, this is wrong, man. Wrong. Like, we now have that. I feel bad because I need to put ED at the end. Wrong did. This is wrong, man. Wrong. You got it in gray. You got it in white. And then we also have some darker colors as well. But let me do something a little different because we're a little light today. Let's watch this Tupac interview first. And then I will read some super chats. Thank you to everybody that's been supporting the stream. Like I mentioned, we hit 100K last week and a lot of recognition. So that's all good stuff. I'm so proud of the work that me and my team have been doing. I'm so proud of you guys for making it happen. You can watch this trial wherever you want. The fact that you come here means so much to me. It really does. And I don't take that lightly. But again, I did want to do something different where we hear from Tupac himself. So we see the light that was lost. I've been going down the rabbit hole with Billy. And I know he was kind of getting into Tupac's life closer towards the end. But that man looked just like his daddy. He looked just like his daddy. This is an MTV interview from years ago, okay? But I'm going to restart it. So for those that didn't know much about Tupac, you can actually hear what some of his ideas were, the way he grew up, his rise to fame, his future. This is a 1995 interview. Let's get into it. Tell me, what does Tupac Amaru Shakur mean?
Okay. It means, I was named after this Inca chief from South America whose name was Tupac Amaru, but there's a lot of people named Tupac Amaru. It's like a whole tribe named Tupac Amaru. So my mom named me after this Inca chief, and I think the tribal breakdown means like intelligent warrior or something like that.
I see.
He's a deep Yes. If I go to South America, they're gonna love me.
It's like you don't even want to see.
They call this place Weirdo Beach. I don't know, it ain't that weird to me.
When you first moved to Oakland, that was your first stop in California?
Right.
And
No. Marin City.
Marin City? Okay.
You know.
Well, you left Baltimore and came to Marin City.
Yes.
And when you were in Baltimore, you were in a school of the performing arts. How come you didn't enroll in one when you came to California?
I couldn't find one when I came to California. I was broke, so I had to go to a regular high school.
But you eventually dropped out, right?
Yeah. Sure did. I didn't have enough credits. Like, everybody's about to graduate. I came with 12th grade, about to graduate and everything. Right before I'm about to graduate, there's like, you gotta come back next year and get a health credit and a physical education credit. And I was like, oh, hell no. I had just barely made it out with money coming to school and lunch money and all that. I said, I gotta get paid. I gotta find a way to make a living. So I dropped out, knowing that I would have graduated. It wasn't no big thing. Not to say that y'all should graduate, but for me at that particular time, it was more important that I found somewhere to live.
But you didn't get your GED. You moved out on your own. And what did you get as far as a job is concerned? What did you do when you stopped going to school?
I only had 2 jobs ever in my life. One was at Round Table Pizza. I used to make the pizza, but it was good. It was the perfect job to have because I was hungry and I got to like eat all the toppings off people's pizza. That's why I ate, because everything's like this. You know, back it up. Making pizzas on the side, bringing pizzas home. I'm calling it my own delivery. Let me get 2 shrimp, whatever. But that job, I lasted about a month. Then I worked as the guy that packs your bag in the supermarket for about, 2 weeks. Then the dude kept catching me writing raps by the time clock. I was like, you know, I'm a right for hours. Nice, she can carry on.
Did it ever occur to you that you might be able to get scholarships to go to college, or was that just not
I always
even an
wanted to
issue?
go to college, but I wanted to go to college like how I don't know, it's not very presumptuous, but like I know a lot of people in college, they have their lives already okay, you know what I mean? Like someone's paying for them to go to college. They have somewhere to live. They have somewhere to live while they go to college. You know, they get money, all that. Somebody can pay the tuition, all that. I don't have that. Until I can have that, I can't go to college even though I want to. That turned me on.
With all the encouragement that you got in Baltimore at the High School of Performing Arts for your acting, did it ever occur to you to come out to California and be a professional actor here when your mom moved out here?
Nah, that was the last thing with my mom. I came to California, I was broke, nowhere to stay.
What do you mean nowhere to stay?
I had nowhere to stay. I was staying with a friend of a friend of a friend of my mother.
Why weren't you staying with your mother?
Because she was in Baltimore. We didn't have any lights, electricity. We was about to get evicted, so she sent me first. You know how mothers do, protect the young. So I went out there broke. I wasn't even thinking about acting. I was just thinking about surviving. But such is life. I ended up doing it. What I love the most, I ended up doing both of those things.
During that time when you went to California, your mother was in Baltimore. Is that when she was a crack addict?
No, she was addicted to crack when I was in California. First in California. What's up? All right, what's happening?
And what was that like to have a mother who was addicted to crack?
I love my mom. She's mom to me, so.
I know she is now, but what about then?
It was hard. It was hard because, you know, she was my hero.
Did you ever have any temptation with crack?
Never, ever, Ma. Never. My father died like that. But the man that I knew was my father. The man that I knew died. The man that I knew was my father, he died of cocaine. So, it was never my thing.
That's the thing. Tupac thought his father, Billy Garland, passed away. Meanwhile, he was alive the whole time in a feign. He just didn't tell. Tupac, I know it's kind of unrelated to the murder, but I've been watching a lot of these interviews to get an understanding of the family. Really, because I was about to post, for those of y'all that wanted to see it, there's a separate civil lawsuit against KPD from Mo Preem and the Shakur family, the Shakur side of the family. They are suing KPD, and right now it's masked names, but there are at least other defendants that we cannot see yet. They usually will say John Doe's 1 through 100 or whatever. That's why Mo Preem is here. You know, I'm not saying Mo Preem is there because he doesn't care about his brother. No, Mo Preem is there for a few reasons. He cares about his brother, but he's also watching what's happening in this trial. He's been there every day since day 6. I saw him in the gallery this morning. You know, so let's keep going.
And why do you think that your mother had that time of weakness with crack?
Everything was just going bad for her. It's harder for a woman to raise a family than it is for a man. Oh, yes. All day. What you think? A little bit of me? Tip it to the side or something? That ain't my style, they not routine.
Give me a characterization of your childhood. How would you describe what it was like growing up?
I was the total opposite of what I am right now. I was quiet, withdrawn, I read a lot, I wrote poetry, kept it up.
Man, I was busy with this. But
I went to movies.
I was busy with this.
What did you do that was, I mean, it seems like going from a homeless shelter to a project or having to worry about having enough food on the table must have been very difficult. How did you deal with that? Were there any therapeutic ways for you to heal yourself?
I smoked weed, I hung out with the drug dealers and criminals, and I got,
That made you feel better?
interestingly enough, yes, because they had those same problems, and they found a way to get out of it. As a kid, this is what I was thinking.
And so did you end up selling drugs also because those were your
I think I tried selling drugs for maybe 2 weeks. Then the Jew was like, "Oh man, give me my drugs back," because I didn't know how to do it. I sell, somebody can pay me back. I'd be like, "Oh, it's okay."
Smoke most of it?
Yeah, no, I never smoked. Never smoked. I just be like, "It's okay. You don't have to pay me back." Dudes would give me their watch and say, "Give me this amount for my watch."
Pawn shop?
Yeah, and I give him his watch back, and he didn't give me no money. So he was like, "No more for you." So then the dope dealers used to just look out for me when I would come back from school. They'd just give me money and be like, "Don't get involved with this. Get out there, do your dream." So they was like my sponsors.
Well, I say Tupac, watch. I got it, right? He is on out around. I know that.
Oh, yeah. You got the real one on the hood. No doubt, bro. Go ahead, man. Pop in this door.
I'm not gonna take this shit. You know, you
I want
don't take all my hand.
to sell something. I don't want to mess up your thing already.
That's your thing.
Yeah.
All right, you Tupac autograph, $20, right? I got
How did you go from making pizza to being in Digital Underground?
I used to rap.
Love your dog but not their breath? Introducing Gutwell Clean Breath, a gut first supplement that reduces plaque and tartar and improves dental health for fresher breath. Clean breath by
Another person, this lady named Layla, introduced me to Adrian Gregory, who was managing Digital Underground. He was like, "I'm gonna send you to Digital Underground there in the studio, and you just rap for Shock G on the spot. If you like me, then I'll pick you up."
And so, what was your first interaction with Shock G? Was he totally impressed?
Yeah, I just walked in rap for him. He's like, "Okay, good, you're in. Boom, boom, boom. I'll see you later." And I just left, walked out of there like, "Dang."
Was he wearing that big nose thing?
Nah, he just chilling. Just normal.
Do you look back on those days with fondness or a little embarrassment?
I look back with the greatest fondness. Those were like some of the best times of my life because.
Well, when I mentioned Digital Underground to you yesterday, you were like, duh!
No, because it just brings back like silly. Yeah, it's embarrassing too. It's awful.
He was actually super sharp on interviews. This lady, I was watching this last night and getting mad at this lady. But Pac had a great way of being a people person to get around some of these questions and just be himself and cut through it and get to the truth at a young age like that. Really great skill.
Funny to me, it's all good. The silly parts is like me running around in zebra print underwears and simulated sex with blew up dogs. We had like the funniest, craziest show. I think hip hop needs another Digital Underground right now.
Do you ever talk to any of them anymore?
No doubt, Shock G. He was involved with me against the world. He came to see me in jail.
He did?
Yeah, no doubt. How long you think it's gonna take?
Man, getting getting a tattoo and all, like took y'all on the road with them to do it. This is my first tattoo. It's an actual rose growing out of concrete. That's why this is so weird to me that I've done so many cases on this channel. The one that took me over 100K was this one. It's so...
Just in black. Yeah, there's that. $40 for charity.
At what point in your early life were you introduced to this quote-unquote thug mentality?
When I was out there by myself, with nowhere to stay and no money.
Which city?
And
In California?
bits of it was in Baltimore. Pieces of it was in Marin City. And then the rest came in Oakland.
And what was your first introduction? Drug dealers or?
Drug dealers, pimps, prostitutes. That's really it. Criminals. But they weren't like young, glamorous guys. You know, they weren't like...
Well, why did you want to hang out with them then?
They the only people that cared about me at that point. When I had nowhere to go,
Your
and I was...
mother always cared about you.
She did, but she was lost at that particular moment. And she wasn't caring about herself at that moment.
Tell
And
me.
man, I needed a father, I needed a male influence in my life. And these were the males. The other males could have been a more positive influence on me, but too scared to come where I was. Or they didn't have the money, or they didn't have the heart, or whatever.
Well, tell me about not growing up with a father. Why didn't you grow up with a father?
It's not just me, it's a lot of people, but I did it because, I mean, the times that I came up and was like the late 60s, they were still having free love. You know, they was just hitting what they was hitting. And my mother got pregnant and wasn't really getting with the guy that
She was
got her
married to
pregnant.
someone else.
No, she
right?
wasn't married.
No?
My mother's out, just living her life. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. And she got pregnant, had me. I didn't have a father.
Did you know who the father was, your biological father?
I still don't know who it is. For sure. I've never taken any blood tests. The guy who I knew was my father, who claims to be my father, he passed away, he died.
Was that Legs?
Yes. But then recently after I got shot, this other guy came and was like, he was my father, and he looks like me. He's been to the jail to see me. His kids look like me.
Well, what was that like?
That was the bug out of me. I just woke up and he was standing over me. So,
In jail?
when I was in the hospital.
And what did he, do you believe him?
I do in a way because he looks like me. And his kids look like me.
Why don't you get a blood test to find out?
It's scary.
Is it pointless now?
In a way. I mean, I'm not going to love him anymore. I'm going to love him any less. So, it's pointless.
Did he explain why he left?
Yeah.
What did he say?
It was personal. It wasn't, I don't want to put his word. I'll tell everything about me, but I don't want to
that's
give
fine.
out his business.
That's cool. Can you tell me why you looked at Legs as your father?
Because the way my mom told me was like, he didn't even care. He was like, yo, because he slept with her around the same time. So he was like, you had a kid? She was like, yeah. He came and saw me in the bed. I had a real big head when I was a little kid. Same thing like right now. And he's like, oh, that's my son. No blood test, nothing. He was just like, that's my son. Took care of me, gave me money. But he was like a criminal too. He was a drug dealer out there doing this thing. So he came, bought me money, material things.
You said that you had to go through a lot of tough times on the streets and you had to suffer a lot of abuse as a child. What kind of specific abuse are you talking about?
Right, y'all are seeing the same thing I saw last night. Her questions are crazy. But remember, this is 1995, and, people are less conscious about reading the room. But he handled it well, I will say that. Quick update, it is about 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The jury is back in 30 minutes. In the meantime, in between time, we're taking a time jump in the past so we can hear from Tupac himself. It's a few months before he passed when this interview took place, but it just gives you to see the type of guy that he was. And if you're not familiar with Pac himself, we've been doing a lot of these TVD interviews during lunch with the self-snitching and all of that, but if the self-snitching is in the courtroom, I wanted to do something different today. Let's go back on in.
I'm gonna write a book entitled tell everything.
So you're not gonna tell me? I mean, are we talking?
Then I wouldn't get no money for my pain. I'd rather write a book about it. Get paid for my
You don't
pain.
count all those #1 albums as money for your pain?
Yeah, but I want to write about it and be deep.
All right. Your mother has said that Tupac is always your mother said Tupac has always been the person who makes up the game.
Yeah.
Do you know what she meant by that?
I don't know what she meant, but
How do you interpret it?
that I puts it down.
You what?
I put it down. I put it down. If it's about rap music, if it's about acting, whatever, I try to get, I want to get into the head seat, to the front seat. So I do what I got to do to get to the front seat. I work hard. I got to be involved. I got to excel at it. It can't be a small thing. It got to be a big thing. And I believe that I'm a natural born leader. I don't really take orders. I can take orders because I'm a good soldier, but I like to give orders. I like to say, you know, I like to follow my own heart, but I don't like to control other people.
Right.
I think everybody should be a leader.
Well, that's why it confuses me. It seems like those characteristics are the characteristics of somebody who would want to find out who shot them. I don't understand why you can take 5 bullets and not be doing everything in your power to find out who did it.
Because I'm saying, like, and then what do I
Do you not believe that there's justice? Do you not believe you were the shot?
And then what do I do when I find it?
Press charges. Attempted murder.
The police know who shot me.
Always go in one step. And you don't believe that they're doing all they can to do that?
They're not doing everything they can to do. They know who shot me. I already know who shot me. Number 1, number 2.
But
it's like everybody knows who shot me. The police know who shot me.
Well, they know who shot you. How come you don't know who shot you?
Because
They won't tell you?
No, it's just, I don't know. That situation with me is like what comes around goes around. Karma, I believe in karma. I believe in all of that. I'm not worried about it. You know, they miss. I'm not worried about it unless they come back. All right. Put it back, man? Yeah. All right. And by the way, no tax. Oh, that's good. You know what? Come on, so, all right, how you?
Why don't you stop by some incense, man? Make me rich, man.
Man, I got so many incense, I'm starting to stink.
All right.
What's up? All right.
You grew up without a father. How do you feel like your life would be different if you had grown up with a father?
I'd had some discipline. I'd had more confidence.
You seem pretty confident to me.
Now I am. Because now I believe that I'm my own man. And I'm a man. You know, money gave me confidence. The screams of the crowd gave me confidence. Before that, I was a shell of a man.
Do you feel like one day that you'll be a good father?
I think I'll be a very, very good father.
Why?
Because I love kids. I love the innocence. That really it just does something to my chest. The innocence that they have and how they look up to you. How you can't do no wrong to them. And I love that. I would do anything. I'll do damn anything. I'll do damn anything for them. All the kids in my life, my nieces, nephews, all they get anything they want. They got the best Christmases. Everything. They get whatever they want. I'm a sucker for them. But I wouldn't have any kids myself because I'm scared to bring any children into this world, especially any black children.
For now?
For right
forever?
Now. Just for right now.
Tell me about being raised by a mother who was a Black Panther.
It was great to me because she taught me how to be more international instead of being local. And I did get some principles from her that I'll always be. She taught me how to be community oriented. And I think my mother taught me to understand women a lot more than my peers can.
You're in touch with your feminine side?
I think so.
How do you know?
Because I can be around, I'm not uncomfortable around women. I'm not uncomfortable around strong women. I don't feel more, I don't get like a predator thing going when I'm around demure females, you know. I don't get a thing like this when I'm around strong females. I like getting around females. I'm comfortable. I can get on every level.
start a community center with Mike Tyson?
I am.
Is that progressing?
Well, what I'm trying to do now is have this program where I'm gonna have like a rap league. So like me, Tupac have his own football team, and Coolio have a football team, and Stretch have a football team. We all sponsor the team.
Kids in the neighborhoods?
Right. We sponsor the teams, have big games, probably get MTV to come do the World Series. Get like all the community people, like the churches to come out there and sell food. Get the fathers and the uncles to be security, and get the FOI weekends and everything, and bring the community spirit back. And then on the weekends we have like block parties. So I'm doing all this to raise money. Then we have like get a day fundraisers, like if you try to get a day with Tupac or Tretch or one of the other rappers.
And where would the money go to?
We'll have like a neutral center where we'll get the money together, and that'll be for, we'll try to get a community center in every ghetto in the United States.
It seems to me that you are trying to distance yourself from a thug life mentality.
It's not that, I'm just trying to show who I am. That people locked up on one part of me that they really did not understand. So now I'm trying to do two things. One, help them understand the part of me that they didn't understand. And two, is to show that, you know, this is the type of things that young black males can do. We can do anything. If you just give us a shot, it's not trying to beat us down.
Tupac, your life has been marred by considerable pain. Do you think you'll ever get to the point where you can live a normal, happy life?
No. But I'm going for it. I'm trying for it. And until then, I have to make the life that I do live as happy as I can. Try to do the best with what I have. You know, live the best life I can live, be as happy as I can be. But nothing is perfect for anybody. I don't think.
Man. She's still alive, dude. Seriously. Can y'all imagine what life would be like if Tupac actually lived? You know? Crazy. We got Keefy D. We're gonna come over here. Keefy D, and this is
I believe
Uncle Gene.
cops had something to do with Big getting killed. I believe that the dude dressed like the Nation of Islam, Amir Muhammad, was the one individual that walked up to me. He was the one that was in the car when Little C said the Muslim shot me. I believe he was working in concert with David Mack and Rafael Perez, who was at the scene, who said he picked up bullets. Any cops know that you don't pick up bullets at the scene of a shooting.
Yes, but apparently Keefy D was in Harlem at some point, and that's what Uncle Gene is going to tell us in this interview.
You just don't do it. They responsible for Big, they responsible for Pac. Who signed off for those guys to go to LA to work in helping the Vegas Police Department? Who signed off for them? Why did they have to be there? Gaines. Gaines is at the Vegas. Gaines is at the Peterson. He's a part of that whole crew. Come on, man. You ain't gotta be you ain't gotta be smarter than a fifth grader, and you definitely don't have to be a rocket scientist. Go back, Vegas Police Department. Who idea was it for the LAPD to be in Vegas on that night? Did Vegas call and ask for their help? Who idea was it? Why did they need to be there? And like Suge said, if you solve one, you solve all. And if you go look at it, I bet you have something. I bet you it was those cops and the brass that put them there. We use say anything about taking out pocket shit. After that Soul Train Awards, when Pac and Big got into it, I heard Diddy say out of his mouth, and I was with somebody and I spoke about this on several occasions. Diddy said out of his mouth, I don't give a f if Pac gotta die. I don't give a f if Suge. No, I don't give a f if Pac gotta die. I don't give a f if Big gotta die. Suge Knight can go to jail. That came out of his mouth. That's the only time I ever heard him wish death on Big. That's the only time I heard him wish death on Pac. Now, with certain individuals around him, D-Mac, a Compton Crip that was working for him, used to say, I told Puff we could get rid of it. Used to always talk the shit. He was the one, the night where I was trying to keep them in the house. The night that Big got hit, killed, I was trying to keep them in Andre Harrell's house. He said, yo, Big G, we lock and load together. And I said, I don't see nobody locking, I don't see nobody loading nothing. So he's the only one I ever heard him talk about doing something to Suge Knight and to Tupac. You know, see, a lot of people got that whole statement about Eric Von Zip having that $1 million check wrong. You understand? And because I made a Floridian slip and probably said some shit like when I was on Doggy Diamond show and I said the check for Tupac, but it wasn't the check for Tupac. And I straightened it out right then and there. But you got these internet guys that want to go and run with it, and I'm going to straighten it out right here on the dialogue. Zip had, I think it could have been a McLaren, or I don't know if it was the Continental. I know they're two separate cars, you should be able to tell, but I can't recall which one he was driving that he was coming to show us and show off, because he said he was going to do something to him. We was on 112th Street again, me and my god brother. Boom day. So now, we sitting there, and Zip come out, and he talking the stuff he talked, showing the cough and the whole 9 yards. He pulls out this check out of his back right pocket and showed us the numbers, and it was for $1 million. He said he got it from Barry Hankerson and Barry Hankerson and Jimmy Hinchman for Black Ground Records. That's what he told us he got the check for Black Ground Records. He sold his record company. So I was like, Zip had walked out. I looked at my god brother and I said, I ain't know Zip had a record company. He said, you know, Zip, yeah, know all kinds of shit, bro. I said, damn. So now, here's what.
Hi, we're UP, the Grammarly for Speech. UP uses generative AI to help enable the theaters provide pitch certification at scale. With UP, the reps can practice their pitch, respond to real-time AI objections, and get coaching based on your company's enablement method. At the end of their practice, you'll receive a report with pitching insights, pacing, objections handled, talking points missed, and suggestions on how to improve their pitch. Enablement organizations within Google and Korn Ferry are using UP to train their reps, increase ramp-up time by 50%, and keep time back together.
Even if he took that shit to the check cashing place. What did he get it for? Why he got it? And if he sold Black Ground Records to them, and that's what it happened, then that's what he did. I think it becomes a whole lot of bullshit when you got Puff on a mixtape I'll put $1 million on your head. And then Tupac come up dead. How long was that after Tupac was killed? Did Zip had the check? Yeah. It was in the summertime. So I'm told. September. Tupac died in September. I know when Tupac died. September the 7th, he got shot up. He died and found for dead. September the 13th, 96. So this was like, this is during the summer months time, bro.
Oh my word. Okay. We're back to the courtroom. Oh, I need a minute after that. I need a minute. They are due back in 14 minutes, chat. Let us come to some super chats and take a break from interviews, all right? Let's take a quick little break. They are back. It looks like we're going to finish up the KPD recording and then move on to the next witness. These recordings have been really tough to get through. Right now we're on the polished version. We had the first version, which was the rough cut of them really getting some information out of KPD, and the gentleman that is on the stand, Mr. Dorsey, was recording the conversation in another room. It's not attorney-client privilege, even though he had a lawyer there. Yeah, we're going to hear the second part of that, and I'm very curious to see who the next witness will be. Coming to the top, shout out to D, hits me with the 5, says if someone has been in the game for a long time and hasn't been to prison, they are either very smart or an informant, just saying. Like a TVD. Shout out to 60 and Thick. I love that name. She is hiding. I love it. Yo World drops me 5 jewels. It's a treat. Yo World drops another 10. It's hiding. The business aid with the 10 is a gold coin. Cow Hider Coupon with the 10 gives me a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Survivor Larry, I haven't seen you in so long, man. Survivor Larry was in one of the lead attorney's first masterminds with me and a bunch of other content creators. It's good to see you, brother. Cancer survivor, so huge shout out to Larry. Drops a 10 and says, hey, AP, just wanted to show some love. Hope you are well. It's good to see you, brother. Ginger Snap Yitch 18 with 2 jewels and a silver star. I love it. Thank you so much, sis. Stephanie pops in with 10 jewels. She is hiding. Nat King Carl. I like that name too. 10 jewels. It's a gold coin. Steph is back with another 6. It's a makeup brush. Randy with a 10. It's a gold coin. Nicolo, are you in South America? I thought you were celebrating Colombia. At a certain point, somebody else that's in here is Peruvian, and I think, did Peru just qualify for something football-wise? I saw it over the weekend. I've been keeping up with a bit of it because y'all know my family's from Cape Verde, so I saw Bozinha play one of his first games for Colo Colo, and yeah, man, he looks so out of place as an African on a Chilean team. He was just like, these people are crazy, but I'ma still goal keep for them. You know what I mean? It was so funny, you know, because we got our curls and everything. Like, you know, when you're African, you're taller. Like, it was so hilarious. But yeah, Nicolo, let me know where you're from. I'd love to know. Thank you so much for $10 in the chat. He says, difference between him and Pac is Pac stayed solid till the end. Yeah, I mean, even with the power walk, we joke about that. With the power walk, I think that he was one of those people that walk it like they talk it. KPD keeps saying that Pac was not a street dude. That very well may have been true. But when it comes to your word, I don't know. I mean, he did jail time. And, like, that's a whole nother thing. Maybe that's what we can do during these lunch breaks, since we'll be here for the next 4 to 5 weeks, y'all, is I'm gonna see. I've been trying to dig it up. I've been trying to dig up courtroom footage from when Tupac was on trial for that thing, right? There's snippets of it, but I don't know if I can dig up the full courtroom footage of when Tupac was on trial, right? It's tough. But thank you so much, Nick. Shout out to Tania. Tania with the 30 jewels. It's a flower. Thank you so much, sis. DJ Dunbar Grapes with the 10 jewels. Thank you so much, brother. They are back in 10 minutes from lunch, guys. We will get back to where we were. He's had. Shout out to Pabs with the 10. Says Tupac was just so hot. Listen, man. I can see why he had a thing for the ladies, or the ladies loved him. You can see it. Just that interview that we just watched, I was like, man, he's really cool. He seems like a cool dude to just sit down and kick it with and talk to. He seems like a cool brother, but at the same time, as we get deeper into these interviews, I'm going to show you guys other interviews that he had done. Y'all were talking about the Vibe one. I did watch pieces of that yesterday on some downtime, so I'll see if I can dig that up later this week. But yeah, there's lots of options. But the ladies love Pac. Like, they love Pac. They love them some Tupac. DJ Dunbar Grapes with 2 jewels. It's 100. Thank you so much. We hit 100K. We hit 100K over here. And very smart. Very, very smart. Very articulate for his age. For somebody to not go to college and all of that, granted, you could be smart without having higher education, and you can see that here. I think he was a good example of that. But what was really dope is that he wanted to give back and help his community. You see some rappers do that, but I always respect when people want to give back. And for example, over the weekend, y'all were all telling me, they're like, you guys were like, hey, B, take some time off, go relax, do something fun this weekend. I went to the 50 Cent show up here in Boston on Friday, and it wasn't really a show. He just went to Memoir at the Encore. Cool opportunity. I hung out with some friends. We did steak dinner, gambled a little bit, and kind of put me in that casino mindset. But 50 loved his money. Let me tell you, I love roulette. Every entry point on all the roulette tables, the minimum amount to play was $50. I'm a PhD. I was like, damn it, 50. I lost some money, but I didn't lose all of the money. I got out at a good time. But I was like, damn it, 50. And then we go to the show, which was fine. But I read the reviews. 50 comes out towards the end of every show. Like, if it starts at 10, expect him to show up at 12:50. 12:50. He came out as projected at 12:15. That's why we went gambling after or before going to the show. So I was just like, I'm not standing there for all that huge amount of time. So we go closer to when 50 comes out. Great time, great guy, very personable. The reason why I bought 50 up is because I saw an interview with him where recently he's just like, everybody's like, are you going to do another album? He's like, another album close to 60? You got to leave it open for the youngsters right now. Leave it open for the YNs. Why would I want to put another album out? Let the younger generation come through and, change hip-hop, do what they're supposed to do. It's over for me. What is cool at 60 years old? So people know when to hang it up. Like, what does retirement in the hip-hop industry look like? Do we know? Do people do it openly, publicly? Because here's the other thing. Pop would have been around this age with these guys. You see Tony Yayo, out of everything, if there was one wish that I had during that show, it was to meet Yayo and Uncle Murder. I wanted to meet them. I'm just saying, they're so funny. But yet, you guys see Tony Yayo, he is loving the age. He's like, man, I'm over here traveling with 50, and I'm having caviar pancakes and smoked duck in Switzerland or wherever. I'm eating bison burgers. I'm living my life. I was like, man, 50 is older than Eminem. I just saw somebody say that. They're just like caviar pancakes, smoke, duh. You know what I'm saying? I think these guys are showing you what hanging it up looks like and living your life. Like, I do like podcasting for him and Uncle Murder. They're so funny. You know what I mean? But you gotta pave the way for people sometimes. And it's interesting because Pac was doing that with the Outlaws, with some of the younger folks younger than him. And he was only like 25. He was trying to put people on. And it's just that building mentality. So much of the time you have the crab in the barrel mentality where everybody wants to, pull each other down. But there is a select few people that will want to help others come up. You guys see me, I just hit 100K on this channel. That wouldn't have happened without the lead attorney. I mean, he set me up. You know what I mean? The rest of the work was me. I had to do the work. You know what I mean? But that work wasn't going to happen unless I got serious about this. I do it full time. People think I'm crazy half the time. When I tell people, I was trying to explain it to some, friends I haven't seen in a long time, because they're like, how do you make money? I'm like, YouTube? They don't get it though. You know what I mean? But like, imagine being in corporate America for 15 years. Imagine having a law degree. Imagine having, bachelor's in legal studies. I got up out of the hood. I had it. But like now, they're like, why are you on the internet? I just, I love what I do because I feel like I'm making a bigger impact on teaching people how the law works. You can watch this seal on a law crime and not have me explain what's going on. But giving back to the community, I think this is a much more powerful way to do it. Yeah, I could be in a courtroom, but now I watch people in courtrooms. They're back in 3 minutes, y'all. But yeah, look at Bam Bam right here. Bam Bam saying I've been working with the youth and training them in boxing for free for 3 years. That's what I mean. When you give back in a way where if you specialize in something and you give back, it feels better. You don't gotta do it. You don't have to do it. But life is so short. Life is so short. Todd Juliana, she's like, I don't understand how they don't understand the internet and how social media works. I'm like, man, listen. How do you not? But that's the thing. Like, there's family members where they're just like, well, you don't actually leave and go to a place. Is it actually a job? I'm sitting here with like 3-4 employees. Is it actually a job? Okay. All right. And that's the other thing for women too. Like, paving the way for women. Once things calm down, I want to help women create content pathways. Whatever the topic is, I want to help them do it because I've achieved it and I want to show them that they can do it too. Why are we stressing ourselves out working for somebody else when you can work for yourself? Paving the way. But people work from home, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, man, like my grandma be talking so much shit. She's like, what do you do? I'm like, I teach people about the law on the internet. How do you get paid? Like, because that's the thing. If you don't physically get up, put on your work boots, okay, walk outside, get in the car, or take the bus or the train or the subway or whatever, and go to a place, people will not believe that it's a job. It's a job. It's dangerous. Somebody said Dave Dash. It's in the chat. I haven't kept up what's going on with him and his daughter, but I've been seeing that over the summer. I'm getting refreshed. It looks like they're coming back into the courtroom after lunch. Look at us on time, chat. We are right on time. We close out. That's Kippy D wearing his black suit today. Sometimes you do need to think about what you wear. I don't think the jury cares. But black on black is not a good look. Men, keep that in mind, all right? Always wear a white shirt underneath.
Yeah, it's
Kevin
not a
Samuels will
funeral.
come through this screen in spirit and be like, you better not wear that. You better not wear that.
shenanigans. Somebody talked about, in the Pac interview, he talked about Jack Marie Maj, which is the glasses that Kevin picked out for me before he passed. That's another one that gives back, you know. Very controversial. And, you know, there were some conversations where I just couldn't hear them. You know what I mean? Like, tough. But at the end of the day, Kevin really did want to see black families together, men and women together. You know what I mean? Like, let's stop going outside. Let's get back to where we were back in the day. You might disagree, agree. You know, I've gotten a chance to get to know their family very well. Hell, I love Kevin's mama. She called me before this trial started. We talked on the phone for like 3 hours. It just felt like mama. You know what I mean? Like, it's just mama. And I talked to her for 2-3 hours. It felt like I was talking to Kevin. There's just so much wisdom that we can pass on. And that's a part of handing down the torch to younger people, you know? But yes, so these glasses are Jack Marie Maj. I think Tupac mentioned that. This is the case. Kevin used to wear these. He picked these for me personally, 24K gold on the side. And you can see, whenever you look at old Kevin Samuels videos, you can see this little gold thing on the side. But he picked these for me. And that's why I wear them on the channel. They're my favorite pair of glasses. It's a favorite pair of glasses. But yeah, I still talk to her. If Mama Samuels calls me, you know, she be like, "Child, where you been?" And I'm like, "I'm doing my YouTube, you know. He had 1 million. He had over 1 million. You know how busy it gets." She's just like, "Girl, if you don't get your behind down to Oklahoma and visit me." You know? Something going on over here. What's happening with the defense attorney and the prosecutor? You go on, you laughing? Yes, if y'all could remember to hit the like button, that would be amazing. I'm also going to see where you are on the poll, which has risen today. How is it looking for PPD? Almost 1,400 votes. 64% of you guys still think he's cooked. 19% of you think that he has a chance to beat him. And 17% of you are still not sure. You know what's different today, chat? 64% of you think that he's still cooked. On Friday, it was 60%. Monday through Thursday, it was only 50. So y'all are going up. Y'all are going up in the like the cooking. You think there's more of you thinking that he's cooked. It's crazy. Yeah. Shout out to Kevin, man. I miss him all the time. Half the time we want to call him and say things, but, you know, I try to help the daughter out as much as I can with not managing the channel, but at least giving her advice. All of us do. MTR, attorney, you know, she's got a brotherhood and a sister helping her out behind the scenes. So good stuff. KPD is standing looking like that bear.
Yes. We can go off.
Okay, they're going off record, but yeah, the jury should be due back any second, guys. From what I see so far, today was a little bit of a slow day.
Back on record in State vs. Davis, C377407. Anything we need to address before bringing in the jury? Okay, perfect. We'll bring it in closer.
All right. He probably... Oh, there's that cough. So as the jury is filing back in, yes, KPB is in custody. He has been in custody since 2023 when he was originally arrested for this. The issue with KPB, though, I think it was...
The confidence in Finn comes from the data that we're seeing. When you look at the numbers, like, you can't can't really deny what's happening. It allows us to use our resources more efficiently, especially during big surges where our agents are now able to get to those high value customers and create that curated experience for the customers that we really love.
Getting money for this because it's being sold on Amazon. Let's go back on it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you. State we are still on Mr. Dorsey's testimony. May you proceed with your video. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
was closest to the other car. They had those very drivers, those highway shit. They were crazy. I said, they were really going to get around the day. You step around, like, damn. So in order to make this really clear, you mean to tell me that even though you were in the car with those three guys, and you talked to them a whole bunch afterwards, you don't know who shot the shots?
See how his story changes? Pac shot first. That shit's in the book too. He puts it, it's page 105. He says it in the book that Tupac shot first. What?
Liar.
Give me once. Alright, so let's go back to that. Describe Tupac. What did he look like? Did he look like he was gonna pull something? Just tell me everything you remember. Okay, when he pulled up, I was in the front seat. Passenger side. He went down, got his shit, and got the buzzing. So shit, I talked. All I know is shit came from the back seat and they got the buzzing back. Shit, we hit the corner, to the shoe. Shit, you told me that already. So I just want to get it straight in my mind. Who's sitting in the back? My nephew and my partner B. Dre. And who's driving? My partner Bolo. So, behind the driver is Orlando, right? No, B. Dre. B. Dre. And so, and Orlando's on the other side behind you? Yes. When the shots are ringing out, who's closer to the window? Oh, B. Dre was. He was saying back, he was on the driver. B. Dre was on the driver. Where did the shots come from? The back seat. Yeah, but who's closest? Who had the gun? I don't know, sir. Tell you the truth. All I was dunking. And the fact that there was a gun there, does that mean that you guys were ready for something? Or you just... No, it's the case. No ground guns. Better be called ready than without it. Do you remember anything else about that moment with the two cars met? No, it was just right there. Do you remember anything else about that moment? No, really, it was like 20 years ago. I mean, the best recollection I remember. So let's talk about what we sort of started talking about outside. Like, there's allegations, police detectives that you had made a statement about who shot Tupac. Not to my recollection. I'm telling you the truth. You know what I'm saying? You asked me for the truth. I'm here to tell you. 20 years, I'm here to tell you. You know when the horse's mouth. Right here. Was there ever any discussion about who actually did the shooting? Was there ever discussion with who? You guys. No. Just a call to the streets. You know what I'm saying? Shit. So if somebody can get on a free tail card when you tell me. What are your thoughts about Brett Koenig and his investigation and all the stuff that's been out there? How I feel about it? Yeah. Railroad. Railroad cross. You know, the danger of my life.
situation. That's why. Life been fucked up ever since. Nobody trusts me. You know what I'm saying? It's fucked up. Why don't they trust you? Because they think you snitched. Yeah. Yeah. So can you tell me now whether what he published is true or false? Is there some truth to it? Not some, some of it is true, some of it is false? Shit, I think he's just trying to make a dollar. You know what I'm saying? He got fired, trying to make a dollar off the motherfucker. Yeah, that's what I figure. He's just trying to, shit. Use me. So he can use me no more. Shit, I'm fucking doing stuff, man. Shit. You fucked over me. That's what I feel. Yeah. And do you feel like the information that he has is completely false? Like, oops. Yeah. The information that you have is, I'm sorry, that he has that's completely false. I mean, it's known that they had a case on you, so you talked to them. Said it's known that they had a case on you. It's known. Shit. I'll tell you, not that I can remember.
Really, bro?
I'm trying to ask him to talk about what is, what is known out there. The fact that he pointed at Orlando as being the shooter, and that's it's been published, and that's what. There are legal, there are documents that have been published. So my question was, how do you feel about that? Is there any truth to that? What is true? What is false? I don't understand. You asked that question. I did. You weren't here. No. So just ask them about was it an investigation and their statements made, and what is the opinion the statements were made? Pardon me? Can you repeat that again? There's an investigation that was statements made and you made certain, allegations. And, what is your opinion on those statements and statements made? Right. What should I say, bro? Well, you want to comment about what the real truth is? What people are saying? That this is what's true and this is what that's not true. Okay. All right. So that stuff that's been made public, what is true and what is false? Okay, you truth right here, sir. Getting from the horse's mouth. So, shit, you didn't know truth. Right, so what I want to know is, if you were in the car.
You can't get it more truer? Is that what he just said?
Dude,
you can't
really?
Get it more truer?
Really, bro?
Were there with your nephew. It's pretty close to what Greg Canyon is saying, right? What do you think? I think he's always asking. In your own words, in those tapes that were made public, and this book Murder Rap, there's a film called Murder Rap. You, in your own words, we heard you say Orlando was the shooter. You heard what you said? Yeah. Shit, I never had nobody ever had no paper with me, not to my knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where the fuck you just paper and shit maybe made it up or something. So you denying that you ever said that Orlando was the shooter? Yes, I'm denying it. And your statement now is that you were in the car, shots rang out from your car, but you don't know who did it. Exactly. Yeah, okay. Okay. Is there any reason why you wouldn't be forthcoming about this information? In other words, is there a deal that you have in place that would not allow you to say with any detail about that? I'll ask you. The way he's asking the question, and the way if you want to answer the question is you want to explain to him that one
don't have a recollection of any report, which is what you said. Secondly, if the circumstances in which these officers try to investigate is not consistent with the truth. So we have no reason, what they're saying is different than what you're saying right now, which is you didn't tell the truth because police don't have any motive to tell the whole story except for this and what really happened. They just want to get what they need to get to, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, if you want to get yourself like that, it's like, okay. Yeah. You might want to mention, that you really don't call out dealing with King that way when you didn't get free to go free. So you might want to, it's the only person that you know. Let's start there. It just feels like a bit, it's just getting confusing. Let's start there. You met with police, who did you talk to, and what was your, what did you tell them, etc.? What did I tell them? Yeah, let's start from the beginning. When did you meet with police? Who did you meet with? And what did you tell them? In general, not that situation. Like, did anybody ever show up or ask you questions? Correct. Now, you been strong for the last 27 years. Okay, you ready? Okay. Well, you've been smoking for the last 27 years ever since that day that shit happened. The first news report we came out said keep me in. Said ever since then, I've been sweating by everybody. Top police, FBI, fucking everybody. U.S. attorneys, fucking on my ass, man. I did 5.5 years in feds. Every other month, they was up there saying, it's a rap, you know what I'm saying? I just been talking. Just been on my ass ever since. And there's some truth to that. And you were in the car. Yes. And then what statements did you give police? What statement I gave police? Jim. I didn't give your statements. I'm saying I said, everything take me word for nothing. But when it first happened, did they come interview you?
The fuck, KTD? What the fuck? This jury has to be so confused, like this interviewer was confused. We got you on tape, bruh. We heard the recordings. Everybody did the preliminary work before they agreed to pay you $10,000 to $15,000 for the fucking interview. Like, he just be talking. I honestly titled this video so perfectly. KTD just be talking. I don't understand. I don't get it, chat.
What did you tell him? I guess what I'm asking is, what did you tell him? Did you tell him what you're telling me today? No. Why not? Why not? Shit. Probably going to fucking jail. So, help me understand. Why are you now telling me what you're telling me? Because I wanted to get the truth out. You can get it from the horse's mouth. All the time, Mike?
When you send a message to an AI, there's a moment where it appears to be thinking. But what's actually happening? AI models like Claude work by prediction. When you send a message...
Well, what explain? Yes. Okay. Because I'm innocent, I had nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? I was telling myself I was in a fucked up situation. I'm innocent. I had to do nothing to thing. Jeopardize my freedom. I got good things going on. I was living good, Right, so you tell me that you're telling me now because you wanted the truth to come out. Well,
Why is that important to you?
Because it's been several reports, and everybody just trying to make money off this shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody. Soliciting me, hanging me out to dry, making me feel like a piece of shit, you know? Yeah.
Okay. So now let's just leave that, put that on the side for a while, and go back to what happened after the shooting. What did you guys do? How did you cover your tracks?
Well, I got away, I went to the hotel room, then the next morning woke up, I took off on the rent car that I had, me and my nephew, drove home. So once we got home, then the guys were like, man, we need to get this car fixed. I said, man, I don't have nothing to do with that. Y'all go get that shit fixed. You know what I'm saying? So,
What was the matter with the car? Do you remember?
hey, one of those in it. Yeah. One of the homies took the car to the shop. Got the car fixed.
And then Orlando, I remember I read something about him giving some statements, stuff like that. You know, did you guys talk about what happened afterwards? Did you talk to your nephew about not saying anything?
Yeah, it's just the people on the streets. They know not to say nothing. Everybody, just go on the streets not to say nothing.
When he had his parole hearing, Orlando testified on his behalf. Why did he do that?
Damn. He paid us. Well, he paid it off. Paid us off. He, the night before, you want me to tell you the whole truth? Well, the night before his hearing, or his court date, my nephew called me and said, meet him up at the lawyer's office. So I get to the lawyer's office. It's Reggie, Senior, Sergeant Reynolds, and Shirley Knight up to the lawyer's office. And there's shit, 2 combat police, one of the captain, sergeant, what the fuck, you know? So I knew some fishy shit was going on there. Yeah.
Offered you how much?
He gave him $60,000
In exchange for
saying that he didn't do it.
for Orlando.
Yes.
Just give me that in the full sentence.
Well,
I'm not gonna hear my voice.
okay.
So now he's snitching on his nephew.
Dude, really?
And he cannot defend himself.
Really?
My nephew asked me to go to the lawyer's.
You're an asshole.
Reggie Wright Sr. and Sergeant Reynolds from the Compton PD was here at the lawyer's office. And he was like trying to work out a deal where nephew wouldn't say that I take it. But it didn't work. Because the next day the lawyer and the judge said, I can see you kick you in the head right, you fucking down. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Did Orlando regret that?
What's that?
Did he regret it?
Did you regret what?
Like going to court and saying this stuff that wasn't true.
It's a jam in the streets, man. Shit.
What's interesting about this is that does Shook know that you guys, at this point, does Shook know that you guys were in that car?
Not that I know of.
Just give me a...
Not that I know. You understand where I'm coming from, right? Because the newspaper article came out and said he really, you know what I'm saying? I just want to know why the fuck you say that book is there. You know what I'm saying? Well, I figured his strategy was to kill the head of the state. You know what I'm saying? So
chop off the head of the snake. Rest of the body fall.
Right, but I'm talking about paying you off to go to court and say that Shorty had nothing to do with the, you know, he's a victim, right? You're paying him off.
What are you a victim?
No. What I'm saying is, Orlando's a victim.
Yes.
Yeah, he was the one who got beat up.
Beat the fuck up.
And saying it says that Shook didn't beat him up, which is clearly not true.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But on top of it, you guys had shot him. He doesn't know that.
I can't take it because he's the only one on the screw when he didn't know me. And the newspaper article came out saying he did it. So I figured he said, day one, get rid of TBD. You know what I'm saying? Now he said,
So he had it out for you.
I thought we were fucking friends. I really did thought we were friends, man. You know? He really was biting off the head and man, you know what I'm saying? He didn't know that we did the groundwork, that I did the groundwork for his rep company. He just felt me as a nephew, a kid. You know what I'm saying?
Something I wanted to ask you before, and I forgot to ask you, was the day before the fight, when you saw him,
Yes.
what did you guys talk about?
He just said, what's up? What's up, big dog? He said, what's up? Yeah. We two leading players in the game. Both we got the same balls. You know what I'm saying? Shit. He just had the music industry and I had the streets. So, football since we was little kids.
No, but I mean in that moment, like when you saw him the day before the fight.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. Shit.
Yeah. Another question that I remember that I wanted to ask you is who shot the cattle?
Because you had to get his cell in his pot. I don't know why they even tested for powder burns.
That line right there is in the book. I don't know why they didn't test him for powder burns. Because apparently you can urinate on your fucking hands and destroy evidence like that, according to Kiki V. But who knows what the hell he's talking about? We don't know if it's fact or fiction with this guy. If I was doing a documentary and paid him and he was bouncing around like this, ooh, I would have retracted that money back so quick. I just don't get it. He says it in the book on page 105. He says that Pac shot at him and he doesn't understand why, or at the Cadillac, and they don't understand why the police did not do like a GSR test on Pac's hands. He just be talking, man.
I don't know why.
I talked in the middle of it. Tell me again, please.
I don't know why the police didn't take him for powder burns because he had to shoot him and everything. I was tough. Car was all shut the fuck up. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, just moving on. We got like 15 more minutes. How much time do you have on those cards? You get those? Yeah. Okay. Just give me a second.
Not the police is.
You said about raping me the next day?
I thought that was for you. So you wanted to keep that to you? Yeah, of course.
Okay, alright. Well,
Yeah.
okay, well, the next day I got home, I was in my front yard, at 4:15, here come Randy Sr. Line of coming up from Greenlee with birds. Man, the stop sign and everything, parked on the wrong side of the street. Jumped out the car, so I'm like, hey, take some, motherfucker. I said, what's up? He's like, you tell me that fucking sign? Parents coming out. I said, what the fuck is you talking about? I'm just letting your ass know, motherfucker. I was looked at him, man, what the fuck is you talking about? Man, he's senior, so, you know, man. There was the mayor, everybody was against us, man. Yeah, everybody, the whole town.
And can you explain, because I don't know that a lot of people know, Reggie Senior and Compton
police, he's a captain. They had another guy, Reynolds. He was all under the Jeffro banner. Even the mayor, Omar Bradley, was all up under this shit. Can you tell me? I think we touched on that before, but I didn't really get a good picture. It's like, how affiliated was Suge with LAPD? LAPD and Compton Police. The Compton Police. Yeah, he was all shit. Most of the guys from his neighborhood, a lot of the guys from like David Mack, Reggie Sr., Reggie Jr., Patterson, Randall Harlan was from his neighborhood. So that's how you get that plug with them. You know, shit. And it was really, really dangerous for us. You know what I'm saying? So we should really try to stay out of the city of Compton. Because when you go against Shook, you're going against Compton. Can you tell me that in a second? When you're going against Shook, you're really going up against the police. Compton police, Rampart, all his neighborhood friends. So, yeah, he kind of had a winning battle, you know. What's better to have on your team is the police. So we started fighting losing battle with you guys. Raid out those spots, take all our guns. Yes. So that's cool, because I wanted to establish that connection, because a lot of people don't know that he was protected. Yeah, he was protected by the mayor, city councilmen, Compton PD, big breaking bounce. He was staying off? Buying police cars and stuff like that, and, you know, giving out turkey drives for the city, all that shit. So we was really protected. He was in there. You know, so when he was talking to me, he was giving out turkeys to people, or like having, you know, shit like in park, whatever, free food for people. That's to pay off cops. And no, they had very nice cars that they shouldn't have on police settlements. Very nice cars. It's crazy that record is paid for that. Yeah, I paid for them too. Yeah, I started them off. Yeah, no, I hear you. So I wanted to establish that connection. I also want to ask you, what's the connection between Puffy and Sid? So you never told me that. You told me that he introduced you to Puffy, but I don't know what their relationship is. I don't really know that. I didn't get too into that. I was just brain. Right. So it's just that Zip came to you, and then that's how you ended up meeting Puffy. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I think 3 minutes? 9 more minutes. Okay. Yeah, we went over a bunch of shit, so... Oh, you know, let's go back to Chris. I was going to take Chris Brown out of there, though. What I said about the big blood? Oh, yeah, take Chris Brown out of there, because my niece... You have to tell me the whole thing again, then it's confusing. Okay, my niece, sit back. Okay, sit back. Yeah. All right. Go ahead. Watch Chris Brown? Yeah. Okay, well, these guys going around here claiming bugs. These little entertainers like Justin Bieber, Bow Wow, and what's the guy's name? On Love and Hip Hop. We had the same question last time. Somebody called it. What's the guy's name? Was it? Okay. Let me start over. All right. Well, as far as the guys playing blood, it's Justin Bieber, Bow Wow, and Soulja Boy. It's just a family. Y'all need to stop that stuff out. You know what I'm saying? People from our background is trying to get up out of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You guys wait to get $1 million and want to be in blood. It's wrong. You're doing it backwards. You know what I'm saying? You guys not from here. Don't get too caught up in that bullshit.
But you guys doing it backwards. You guys should be trying to lead it for examples. Set example for kids. Don't try to get anything. You told me that last time. This really, you gave me a really good quote. You're like, you're doing it the other way around, right? You're doing it backwards. It's not the. You don't want to. You're supposed to be getting out of the hood. Okay. You're supposed to be getting out of the hood, not coming back. Going into the hood. Our object is to get out the hood. You know what I'm saying? Get out of here. You guys doing it backwards. You guys need to cut that bullshit out. So is that because you talked about Tupac? Is that how you felt about Tupac? Yeah. I feel all these guys, entertainers, fake. Tupac specifically, what was it about him? What was it about Tupac that you didn't like? Because you told me you didn't like him last time. I never said I didn't like him. Yes, you did. You thought he was a punk ass gangster wannabe or something. You said, oh, he going around jumping sets. Going around jumping sets. First, he was with the Outlaws. He's from New York, Baltimore. Oh, God damn. You know, this gets cold, man. You can't be jumping sets on me. Stick to one set on me. Get tripping. Yeah, and that's where you go. You don't supposed to join the game. You're supposed to be getting out of the game. 25, some grown man to get up off this shit. Shit ain't involved nothing. You're either in prison or the fucking graveyard. So, you know, best thing to do, just to be for them, stay the fuck up away from that bullshit. So it ain't right. You know, you from the OG. But did you, like, how thread, Mike Tyson, you like to that too? Okay, I got thread, few people thread me on the internet, Mike Tyson, Trent, Spice One, stick to rapping and boxing, you guys ain't about that life, man. You don't want to do life in prison, you know what I'm saying? You just cut that bullshit out. So you telling all these people not to do this. No, I'll just give you the question while he changes that. Okay. I'm telling all these people not to do this, and I'm the fucking leader. Well, but no, I say no. Yeah, I'm good. So you say that. That's part of why you're talking to me now. Yeah. You're out of the game. Yeah, I'm okay. Okay, keep some years old. Right.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
This makes no sense
This is so funny, man.
whatsoever.
I'm gonna know that one in.
I have to say, I think the tying, the big one shit. My daughter said I look like you swap me bomb. I swear to God, that's that shit from the swap me, though. Don't you wrong me. That's just what you think, man. I ain't gonna do that. It's like a bear tongue on your chest.
This dude just yapping, bro.
So I just want to pick that up. So you were telling those people not to go back, right? Yes. But that's you doing your life. Yes. Okay, I'll tell them not to make the same mistake I made. You know what I'm saying? Get about that shit, man. They ain't worth it. 54 years old, got 7 grandkids. You know what I'm saying? They ain't about that, man. What did you learn? And you want to make sure these guys don't what mistakes that you make. You don't want people to go back.
ain't right, man. A lot of people folded like folding chairs, and let me do.
For years, I thought I'm a 38 double D. I come in this morning and have the option to try and fit with experts different things.
That's right. Okay. I was messing with you. We're gonna go over this stuff before you put it on the air. Yeah. So we're gonna chop it up. Yeah. So we're gonna look good. Okay. Right. So a couple of serious questions. Tupac dies. How do you feel? How do you feel about it? And this is a guy who was a major rap star, movie star. You're telling me about it. You're telling me now that people shouldn't act like gangsters. Is this make you feel sad about it at all? How do I feel? Brother, got himself in put himself in a predicament, stuff like that. Just take it off. That ain't the way you do it. I ain't gonna go like that, just taking off on innocent people. My nephew was young, 20 years old, just take off on him. He didn't do nothing to you. He didn't do nothing. So you think it was deserved? No, I don't think it was deserved. Brother should have said man. It really fucked up my life. Period. Yeah. Do you think about his family? Yes. What do you think about? I didn't have to be it. I didn't have to go right away. You know what I'm saying? Rather be with you guys. That's what I feel. Since it ruined your life, do you have concerns about revealing all this stuff to me now? The Lord, I'm protected by the Lord, the hand of the Lord. Let it shield over me. He healed me through cancer and everything, Kept a shield on me from being killed by the cop police, just ran for all that. That's all. When I was in shit. Since you told us about what happened that night in Vegas, you feel bad? You feel like you want to apologize to Tupac's family? Yes, I hated that to happen, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's a good guy. I hate that happen. He was a good rapper or something. He was a good role model for the people. I just hate he had that bad side in it. You know what I'm saying? So I always want to take off. Do you want to apologize to his family? No, I didn't do it. I didn't do it to his family. One last time. You said the shots came from the back. Big Dre, Orlando.
Listen, man.
Who shot?
Look at the Tupac family. Look at Mo Preem. He is so pissed off right now. That looks like Mo Preem's lady next to him. But Mo Preem is so pissed off right now. Look at Tupac's sister. Look at sis. All the way on the left-hand side of the screen. Look at how she's looking. Because they are like, okay, do you want to apologize to the family? Look at them. And I'm going to bring that back for a second because this is serious. They lost their brother. They lost their little brother who had an impact on this world. It's not a game. And I know we're laughing about everything. But you know what? Kiki D is so stupid that, think about this family. Do you want to apologize to the family? Mo Preem with his lady. You have the gentleman in the middle. And then you have Tupac's sister there. It looks like that's her husband. She has a ring on. Man, let me go back to that part. We're going to go back a few seconds, okay, y'all?
Since you told us about what happened that night in Vegas, you feel bad? You feel like you want to apologize to Tupac's family? Yes, I hated that to happen, bro. You know what I'm saying? He was a good guy. I hate that happen. He was a good rapper or something. He was a good role model for the people. I just hate he had that bad side in it. You know what I'm saying? always want to take off.
Do you want to apologize to his family?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing to his family.
Okay. One last time. You said the shots came from the back. Victor Orlando. Who shot Tupac?
They keep free going in the streets. This is getting fancy, bro.
So can you just tell me it was either one or the other?
Can't tell you that. It was an investigation.
I mean, this is not something that we don't know already. You told me you were seated in the back, and you're saying that shots came from the back. So I'm asking you to tell me, in your own words, that either it was one or the other.
I don't know who it was. They just came from the back seat.
They're both dead.
Yeah.
What's your concern?
What's my concern?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, just...
Right now, I just want to, the Lord is protecting me, so I really don't have a concern. I'm in the hands of the Lord. Yeah. All my people in religion.
No, I mean, but you're concerned in revealing who shot Tupac.
What's my concern?
Yeah.
I don't have no concern. I just want to be saying I'm no fucking rat. Run around like that. Yeah.
So this is about your code, right? This is about...
Yes.
Can you tell me that?
Yeah. Oh, this is about the code. Okay? Get in the backseat, man. I'm tired of everybody trying to squirt money. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's just out for the money, being greedy. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of bullshit. You know? They've been soliciting us for years.
I have one more question. You know how I do my little research? I read that a Glock 40 was found in Corey's yard. Is that true, Corey Edwards?
Well, they said Corey was the first one to make statements about the situation. I never gave Corey no gun. Nobody from that car never gave Corey no gun.
Can you tell me how the gun ended up in the car?
I have no option. I ain't no gun. I don't know where that again.
Okay. What happened to the gun after the murder? What you do?
I have no recollection of what happened to that gun.
Okay.
So you know about Corey snitching me out like that?
I just read that. I didn't know about the snitching. I knew that the gun was found in his backyard.
Yeah,
Right.
This is like one of the things. Somebody got killed. They got scared. Like, call shit. Oh, man.
All right, man. Well, you think somebody tossed the gun to frame him? The one that was found in the backyard?
That's bullshit. Corey just trying to get on the road.
Right. We'll pick it up in Vegas.
That's what he said.
Told you. I mean, that's what town wants to. It's not just me. Thanks, Joe. Sure.
Asking this steady question to me, like, the sun was here, people don't have to get the mic now.
So yeah, let's get that real quick. Yeah, just I mean, it's actually nighttime, so you might want to mention it. Say it after that night. Right. Let's just do it. Let's just do it real quick. Just a second. 3 minutes.
My sister really
It's your lawyer who's asked me to say. As soon as that clock standing. Because it helps the description. Yeah, let's keep rolling. Sorry, guys. Ben, did you have anything? Yeah. I'm just gonna stand right here. Okay. Just to like, we can sort of paint a picture about that night. Just tell me, like, was it cold? Was it warm? It happened in. It was warm. It was kind of warm. September 7th. It was warm. It was warm. Shit. It wasn't. Was it? Were you guys drunk? Because you no, we weren't drunk or nothing. We were too high. We felt about we could get on. Drink bottles and smoke some weed and stuff. You knew what you were doing. That's right. You weren't under the influence. Never mind. Were you driving fast? How fast were you driving? How slow were you driving? I was never driving. You were in the car, so. We took it, we out the bar. We were just put us on, from Bailey County, out the bar, right? And stuff like that, How long did you drive around until you saw them? Hell, I don't know. We just left the store to about 5, 10 minutes. And what were you doing before that? Just driving around? Just tell me that. No, we were going back to the hotel room. So you were not out there looking for them specifically? No. You just happened to see them? Just happened to see them. It was a bad luck. Yeah, it was bad luck. If he could even been out the window, we never seen him. He's like out the window like he was in a parade. Tupac, like just out of Tupac, something like this. Hang out the window. Okay. Any of the details that are important? Right. Yeah. Did you see? Well, you just told me. Nighttime. What time was it? About 9 o'clock? At nighttime, yeah. That ain't cool. Was radio on. Did you guys have the windows down? Was it radio playing? And radio playing. We should go get out and have some fun. So, okay, Manny, what you got? You guys. Well, there was word on the street that Orlando, after the shooting, was deep credit. Speak to that, react to that, those things. Never go around bragging about no stuff like that. Why would he incriminate himself? You know what I'm saying? If he did some stuff like that. I would never do stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Never in his life.
To the best of your knowledge, there was no chattering between the two gangs about that.
No, not to my knowledge. I heard he had a hit out on me for $100,000. So, where it was then.
Describe that. What did you hear about this hit?
What's that?
What did you hear about this hit?
That was all, the media really popping. They said they had a hit on me. I just started laughing.
Okay.
The fucking death row, bar roots. Maybe the police. That's the only person I was worried about was the police. Because they kept pulling you over and killing you ass. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Yeah.
Starcy, those were the two conversations with us in 2017. Yes. And then in 2018, the finished product that you saw yesterday, that was Mario Diaz's finished product. Yes, February of 2018. At some point, did you become aware of a book written by Mr. Davis and Joseph Young? Yes. I was maybe late 2018 when I think a Twitter account popped up under TG's name, and they were starting to promote it and put
his interview with Death Row Chronicles that was actually happening.
And then in 2019, you actually get a copy of the book.
Yes, as soon as the book was published, like the first day, I got a copy and read it. I did. I read it immediately in one go.
Subsequent to that, have you seen Mr. Davis hold the book up and claim ownership of this book?
Yes, and he did his first Vlad TV interview. Vlad TV is a channel on YouTube. It's a really popular interview channel. That was in, I think, the summer of 2019. He, at one point, held up a copy of his book and told people that they should read it, and that it was the real truth.
First, I'm going to show you State's Proposed Exhibit 67, 68. You should take a look at those. Do those appear to be the front and back cover of that book that Mr. Davis was displaying for the ownership of?
Yes, they do.
We'll do that.
Any objection?
Under.
So then,
Showing you what's been marked as 127. Just briefly flip through that. That's the Kindle version because there is a reaction in there. We'll be going on number 167 again. 67. Yes, appears to be the Kindle version of the book.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to go through the entire book with you, but I do have some questions. Does Mr. Davis in the first chapter describe his purpose in writing this book?
I don't recall exactly what he says at the beginning of the book.
Okay, I'm sure you'll have that here. So I guess Judge, I'll go for a bit. What's that? One section.
is that book, some Kindle excerpts of the book?
It's the Kindle book with the portrait action.
Okay.
All right, they're going to redact it. I'm going to read y'all the whole joint because the intro is only 3 pages. Introduction. Many people will pick up this book for its celebrity value. It's true that my gangster lifestyle has led me to cross paths with some of the biggest names in history of hip-hop. Tupac Shakur, Christopher Wallace, Sean Puffy Combs, and Marion Knight, resulting in a massive collision with fatal consequences. I mourn, like millions of others, the loss of 2 hip-hop giants, Tupac, Biggie, and the impact their loss has had on their families and fans. My reality, however, doesn't allow me to give a fuck about the celebrity aspect of this story. Never have and never will. What I do care about genuinely and hold in high esteem is the values of love, family, unity, brotherhood, loyalty, trust, and honor. All of those in caps. That is what the story is about. It's been more than 20 years since the premature yet understandable deaths of Tupac and Biggie. Premature because as talented and influential as both men were, they were killed long before either of them had a chance to reach their full potential. It's understandable because in the streets, I've lived a gangster lifestyle for most of my life. There's a strict code that real ninjas live, kill, and die by. Tupac and Biggie's deaths were direct results of what code violation and the explosive consequences were when the powerful words of the streets, entertainment, and crooked-ass law enforcement collide. In the past couple of years, there have been several TV specials, documentaries, newspaper, magazine articles, and numerous websites dedicated to the subject of who killed Biggie and Tupac. But at the end of the day, none of the private investigators, retired police officers, informants, hip-hop heads, actors, academics who have weighed in on the topic know what happened and the reasons behind it. None of them were there. I am one of the only living eyewitnesses to Tupac's killing, and who also knows the much larger story behind the reasons why both Tupac and Biggie were killed. I'm a PhD. Wrong button.
I was considered the prime suspect in both the Biggie and Tupac killings for years. I know the real fucking story. That's legit what it says. I admittedly lived most of my life as a gangster, a real gangster that did all the shit that real gangsters do. Not all the bullshit you see in this generation where everybody's making all this IG shit. So I'm not trying to paint myself as a motherfucking saint. I'm well aware that I'm a walking miracle, and I thank the Lord for his love, mercy, and grace. I would very easily be sitting in a federal penitentiary in Terre Haute, I think, or Marion, shackled with the death penalty, waiting in misery for my name and number to be called. Instead, I finally get the opportunity to tell my side of the story. This process has been therapeutic for me because I've been carrying all this shit with me for all these years. People out there who play dirty are putting salt on my name, on my character, and reputation. Yet I'm on
Try YouTube Premium. What's Premium working with? No ad stopping me from getting this right.
without knowing the full story. They don't know what I was up against. The FBI did me like they did John Gotti, and they're trying to do to Donald Trump. Wow. They flipped all the bottom feeders underneath me and then came and got me. And the police that were involved in this case tell their stories. They protect everybody else's identities except for mine. The most challenging part about this story is that some of the guys who ended up betraying me were the closest friends I had on earth. In fact, some of them were members of my family. I tell this story with utmost confidence because, as Winston Churchill once said, the truth is unconvertible. Malice may attack it, ignorance may deride it, but in the end, there it is. I'm a good person who, the truth will reveal, saves a lot of lives and helped a lot of people. I helped Suge. He knows I helped him get on his feet and get death row going from my hard-earned street shit. Then he turned around and tried to disrespect the gang. I helped Puffy. He knows I was there for him when he needed help. There's no fucking way he can deny it. He's going to shiver in his boots if he ever sees me. I have a whole gang of dudes from my hood and my great street that can verify and confirm our dealings. I'm not going to say their names until and unless it's time to mention their names. I want to make one point super clear. I've seen the little shit some of these punk ass little rappers, boxers, and other wannabe tough celebrities have written on the internet, talking about they are gangsters for Tupac. I want to make it clear that while I've made a lot of changes in my life and heart, I'm not one to play with. You can go up against these streets if you want to, but I guarantee you, you won't win. It's time for me to set the story straight. Chat, and now there's an Ice-T quote, and that is how the intro ends. The quote from Ice-T states, "Gangbanging is male love pushed to its limits. As insane as it may seem, it's all based on love. There's a lot of qualities that these young brothers that you may look down upon that you don't have. Someone could come in your house and kill your wife and your children, but you wouldn't do shit. You'd sit on your ass. These brothers aren't having that. A lot of us wish we had it. To laymen, it will look like it's a world based on hate, but it's not. It's based on love." Quote comes from Ice-T. Oh, okay. There's a pause. Awesome. Oh, shit. Let's go back in.
Any objection that has to be previously demanded? Okay.
We got TiVo time, so I can skip through all of it. I'll skip through all of it. I'm so happy I read that to y'all.
You admit it?
Within this book, does the defendant, let me ask you this, do you know who Michael Thoreau is?
Yes, Michael Thoreau Jr., his street name was Little Al. He was Orlando Anderson's best friend. I understand going back to when they were toddlers.
In the book, does Mr. Davis
um, claimed that he had some little homies in Las Vegas. And that's how he learned about the 662.
Yes, he said that there were people that were locals there that had heard the advertisements that the concert was happening that night.
Judge, I'm going to ask you to take judicial notice of Santa Nevada versus Michael Monroe, 96C 13644, the Judicial District Court of Nevada. That Michael Monroe was found over to court on June 13th of 1996 for trafficking in a controlled substance, transporting a controlled substance, pled guilty, and on August 20th of 1996 was remanded with ambulance in Illinois. 96C 1364E.
9.
96C 1364E.
Give me 1 second. Road DURROGH.
Yes, ma'am.
There is a judgment of conviction. We got 2397 struck down. Judicial notice is taken.
Specifically that he was remained in custody of the DOC on August 20th, 1996, and remained there for the time of the release.
August 20th, there was a hearing. Status check on 120 evaluation. And then he was ordered committed. The order of commitment was 8/22/96. Okay, I'll make that official notice then. Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you get like the girl's monitor?
Yeah, it was called Little Owl. Little Owl on the street. Owl like the bird.
Within the book, does Mr. Davis use a different moniker for a little while?
Yes, he calls him the Reaper.
We just heard Mr. Davis talk about Corey Edwards in that second interview. Do you know who Corey Edwards is?
Yes, he was at the time a close associate of DPD's. I think he referred to him as a lieutenant in his organization.
And the moniker, he uses the real moniker in his book, correct?
His name was Sebring.
At the end of, well, before I get early on, does the defendant describe his early criminal career that ultimately resulted in some convictions and sentences?
Yes.
And Judge, I have marked as the books in 73 and 74, the felony conviction for possession of a controlled substance in municipal court of College and Judicial Court County of Los Angeles, State of California, case number A636901, as well as case, same charge, case A67226.
Any objection? Are you addressing it with this?
Yes.
Any objection, Mr. Stanley? So admitted.
Mr. Davis also describes going to prison for 3 years, 3 or 4 years in the late 80s.
Yes, he refers to it as gladiator school.
Now, at the back of the book, he pulls out some people that he's upset with.
Yes.
One of those people is Judge Harrison. Do you know, well, who's Uchi's?
Uchi?
Yeah.
Uchi, I think we believe is Win. Win Prince was a very good friend of his, and he believed it's It's
What's your response?
I would like a little more from me.
Okay. Oh, fuck the prosecutor. He's not doing this right. Okay, yes. There is a section at the end of the book where Keefe D talks about all the people he's angry with. When the title is Where is the Love? Oh, I
Really?
can't make this up. I'm not making it up.
Really?
It says, where is the love? And there's a list of people that wronged him. Okay? The first one is Greg Kading at the top. The next one is Tucker, retired NBA player Tyshawn Prince's brother Tucker. Okay? And he has the nerve to tell him that he's self-sufficient. Rock is in here. Menace is in here. Uchi is who they're talking about right now. C-Ray is in here. The Reaper, also mentioned here. Out of towners, Virginia people. Nameless. You don't want to say the name. You shall remain nameless, but you know who you are. You got caught out in St. Louis with 14 keys. Boss man, you know you did me wrong. Wow. Those are all the people on Keefe D's list. The names must be named, Keefe D.
So it's sustained at this time, we may talk to like more college.
What does Mr. Davis say about Uchi's in the book?
He says that Uchi has been a good friend of his since they were children.
Yes.
Alright, since I got the book, if they try to hide it from y'all again, you know I'll read it. But we got some TiVo time because we got this damn book. He's like, man, I can't believe they're reading my shit. This is wrong, man, wrong. They read my shit. This whole case is wrong, man. Wrong. I'm wrong, dude. Very long sidebar. Catching up. A super long sidebar. There is a sentencing table in this book. Super long sidebar. Wow. They've been up there for a grip. We're only 4 minutes behind in the live feed. Alright, here we go.
Alright, you're going to disregard the last answer to the incomplete question. State, you may proceed.
Can you describe to me what the defendant describes about Uchi's in the book?
Sure, he says he's one of his oldest friends, describes him as his right-hand man, and says that he is dead and is killed. All three of those things.
Okay, so the next question, which is, what do you know about Michael Prince?
Not a whole lot other than...
Paragraph on Uchi. It says, Uchi, the federal agent was up there talking like you, but you are my best friend. I've been knowing you since 1965. You've passed away. But that was wrong, homie. They followed you for 2 months, busted you, and didn't tell me shit.
Just he was really tight with Keefe. There's a great photo of them together. There's actually several photos of them together over the years. And I know, I think Wendell Prince was also really killed. I think it's like a backyard or something like that. I believe
What does he say about Tucker in the book?
Brother of NBA player Tyshawn Prince. And there's only 2 brothers.
I'm gonna have to go cut this off at 6 o'clock. Enjoy this time with y'all.
Let me tell y'all, he says,
Hopefully, I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Tyshawn Prince's brother, Tucker, has been on the streets telling people that I was snitching. But bitch, you work for the FBI, motherfucker. You were on their payroll. They couldn't get you out this last time. They gave you 21 years for robbing drug dealers, and you deserve every day you have coming. You were out there doing too motherfucking much. You sat up there and set me up on birds with that money. You wrong, homie. You wrong. Running around setting everybody up. I really saved your life. You got little Ace's life. They killed Victor in your daddy's car, so you got him life. The top brass from Southside had your round table meeting about your ass, and I saved your life, dude. Are you gonna do me like that, homie? I cannot believe he did an outro to this book with all these people that wronged him. Oh my God.
But I think he's listing people he has grievances with.
And finally, you don't know, there's a person named Menace.
Right.
You're unable to identify.
You've never been able to figure out the Menace. There was a Southside grip with that street neighbor. We don't think that's...
Here's what he said about the Menace. He just did paragraphs on everybody. He said, Menace, you was there and didn't tell me shit. You sat up there and worked with them people and crossed me the whole time. Lost your apartment, then you moved into my house knowing you're working with the FBI. You're wrong as hell. Got my cousin Big Mike 30 years. Wrong, man. Now you running around, baby, and telling them in New Orleans talking about you ain't did nothing. That's why you snorting all that fucking coke. You know what the fuck you did. You didn't even have enough heart to come and tell me like a man. You thought you got away, dude. Wrong, man. Wrong. Keeping ego is fucking.
Now, you've been involved in this project, I guess since 2012. In 2012, did you go and look at all the publicly available information there was that you could find?
Yes.
Did you,
And for those, I'm not making it up. Those paragraphs say you're wrong, dude. Wrong. I'm not kidding. I said like fuck. He wrote it. He wrote it.
Affirmative defense exhibit A? I could do this actually like this, but Mr. Davis in 2008 said that the girls checking out. What did Mr. Davis say in 2008 about the girls on the forum?
He said that after the shooting happened, that they drove forward and hit the right turn on the Cobalt, just like he was in the white Cadillac, and that they almost collided with each other. He referred to them as stupid bitches, and said that they shot back at them, and the girls stopped.
As of 2008, when that statement was made, was there any public information of a car chasing the cat?
There was not no public information about the girls in the Sebring chasing them, nor about them almost colliding with each other.
I'm not just asking about the public knowledge.
In the public information you were able to find, were you able to find any information?
I've never seen that before 2008 printed anywhere that there was a near collision between the girls in the Sebring and the white Cadillac.
Again, I'm objective to foundation. Public knowledge as to how exactly.
If you could put in more information about what he's reviewed, ultimately save us.
What did you read?
The definitive book for a long time on this case was Kathy Scott's book, The Killing of Tupac Shakur. Probably dozens of news articles from back then that I went back through on UCLA's archives, their newspaper archives, articles about this. I read the Labyrinth book by Randall Sullivan, which is primarily about Biggie's murder, but also covers Tupac's murder to some extent. It just isn't anything.
Now, Kathy Scott does say girls in a Chrysler sedan, correct?
Correct. She does not say Sebring, she just says the Chrysler. And she doesn't say anything about them going around the corner.
And once again, I'm going to object to that. In terms of your saying how you mention other people's work and support and verbatim, I'm not very clear how that's not your saying.
Is it offered for its truth as a job call, or is it?
It's offered for the fact that it wasn't said, not that anything that was said.
Okay, so I'm going to overrule the objection. The jury's not to consider what Ms. Scott wrote in the book for truth in any way. It's only to be considered to show that that wasn't included. This specific detail was not included in the book.
Finally, I'm going to put up for you Defendant's Exhibit B. And if I can figure out how to zoom, because I never use these. Here we go. I want you to read that to yourself.
This is Orlando paperwork, I think. Let me see if I can do it for y'all. On Sunday, August 7th, 1996, at approximately 8:50 p.m., the officer was in an elevator. Can't read that. When he noticed a black male American wearing a sports jersey forced his way past the blank officer something at the North Key checkpoint by Coyote Cafe. The unidentified man was questioned by myself and Officer terrible handwriting on the side of Coyote Cafe. The BMA was very uncooperative and on answering our questions. While questioning the BMA, he eventually kept walking. Oh my God, it's terrible. His handwriting so bad. Looking over his shoulders towards the something checkpoints. It was seconds thereafter I noticed a large group of BMAs force their way through the North Key checkpoint. The large group of BMAs were running right in our direction as they got close to us. The BMAs that was being questioned, I can't get the rest of it, said something towards the elevator. BMAs from the group and single-handedly grabbed him and punched him and knocked him to the ground. So this seems like it's from a police officer that saw what happened. That's a report. I apologize, guys. I sound like a fifth grader read it. But that is because I'm trying to read this report with nothing.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and end this here. I thank y'all for being here. I pray and hope see y'all tomorrow. Peace. Why can't I end my stream? There we go.